to give away. So like the idea with building a system like this is you want to lower the level of abstraction to the point of it being the most flexible as possible, because humans are humans, and humans create new ideas on how to do things. So you want to make sure that you create a system that can do as much as you can and not codify so much that it becomes too rigid of a system. So the thing with Monarch is that it's a proposal payment system, that the proposal can literally be anything. It can say, we propose to actually suck all of the money out of the treasury to create a new DAO. I mean, like it's so like that's the idea, and of course Jay's working on it, things too. So can you hurry up and build Monarch, please?
Yeah. I think again, I think there's two questions here. I think, Steph, was your question more of like what I would do, or personally? Yeah. So what I would do, um, I think, because I've talked to a lot of people here, and there's a big hole in education in the blockchain space, and even more so of niche things like DAOs. So I think it'd be interesting if there was, a way to fill out, um, I don't know, a survey is lame, but some kind of steps or things you do to earn entry to that DAO, and that gets you in. And then maybe you, again, like accessibility, maybe you pay more or do more things to get voting power or whatever. But the second part of that is to Chris's point. I mean, these are just smart contracts, right? And as we saw with Chris's or Jay's program, you can do whatever you want. So we with Monarch, I think the structure, it should be up to the individual, but that's what I would do personally.
There are a number of structures in the ecosystem. I know of another, it's a cousin, a DO, decentralized human organization. Have you heard of this?
No.
So rather than trying to automate the human out of the process, they acknowledge the human in the name, and rather than trying to automate everything, they'll encourage seeking areas of conflict so that it can be worked out, and through the conflict reach consensus and create a stronger direction for the organization as a whole. And so this one organization has been in existence for like 4 years. They've been working out these all the different aspects and parameters of their due, and they have different levers of governance. So governance is through like 3 attributes: consensus, quorum, and voting. And by adjusting the levers, you can create different forms of governance, such as democracies or anarchies or monarchies, what have you. You can even adjust them in such a way that they create systems that we haven't really experienced or experimented with before. And I think that's the real promise of DAOs or dues, or is essentially the autonomy that they provide. We can say, what do we want the contract to do? What kind of human involvement do we want? What are the parameters? What are the levers? And we can play with those things. And you can do that millions of times at the same time. And as you're saying, like federal government, states, rather than only having 50 experiments going on at the same time, we could have, I don't know, 5 million experiments going on at the same time. And I think that's completely reasonable. We'll find better ways faster.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're running out of time, so I'll open it up to questions. I saw Wilder's hand up earlier. Do you still have a question? Yeah, one sec. Let me go.
For a way to onboard new users to a DAO, how do you feel about people being able to delegate or sponsor to encourage people in a DAO to find people who are participating or active to increase their reward from the DAO?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, and like Chris was saying, I think this would be a proposal, right? So I think, if you're a member or the owner or whatever, which would inherently make you a member, I assume, you would create a proposal. And then if the DAO voted on, hey, we want to sponsor little Timmy gets in and little Timmy's in. So
As the individual, could you let the other user use your NFT in your place and you get the rewards from them using your NFT like a sponsorship?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm just gonna start throwing up. So Alloy, which is a different project, it's we'll have rental built into it, where you have the ability to actually rent your NFT to somebody else in a safe way, that you have ownership identity of who owns it, but then you have the utility owner of it, where you have the ability to rent to somebody else, and for that period of time they can use it. But when that time is up, it will safely be returned to the owner. And you could definitely do this with NFTs and just in general. But I never really understood the the idea or the want to rent dumb NFTs, because you can just right click save as the image. So why are you doing it unless the actual NFT itself has utility? And then rental makes sense. But truthfully, today, a lot of the utility of NFTs aren't quite there yet. But once the smart NFTs come and they have a lot more utility, like on-chain utility, being able to rent that utility to someone else would be a great way to make revenue.
One last question.
All right, just 30-second reply to that first question. As Chris said earlier, what's the analog to today, right? Look at what current organizations do. Fire departments, like different clubs and legion groups have sponsorship programs. You can look at those examples, and can you codify that? And I think if you can think through the business logic of that, then the answer is yes, you can codify.
Or to make Jay happy, you could rent your vote out to somebody else for an amount of money.
So this dovetails a little bit on what JP just said, but I'm wondering if when you're building kind of the structure of Monarch or DAOs in general, if you're considering like traditional sort of governance, the like tried and true within, society in general, like having judicial bodies and like enforcement compliant mechanisms and things like that.
I mean, I think there would be several people, maybe one in this crowd, that would say that the current system is not tried and true. But I think what DAOs really lend themselves to is to codify in many different types. You could definitely codify what you just talked about into it to make it on chain, but you could also, build in dictatorships or monarchies or really anything. And as long as it's on chain, it's the trustlessness, so you can actually have the the autonomous piece, the big ol' A.
Hello. Hi. It's my turn. Oh yeah, absolutely. All right. So I'll be a little bit of a change of pace for the day. I'm going to be the non-technical pitch, if you will. And so I've actually been struggling with what to call this deck. Earlier, somebody asked me a question about the difference in the businesses and the business models. And I think it's misleading. I think sometimes we talk about that and you start to think about tokenomics and some of these kind of higher order thinking pieces. I'm a very simple man. So I just am keeping it pretty high level. So I have it called Business of Blockchain. It's not really about that. We'll get into it and I'll explain to you kind of how I think about this, right? So I love TV and pop culture. So we got a lot of references in there. If you know it, congratulate yourself. So this is also, side note, one of Chris's favorite shows. A little bit about him, Always Sunny. But I feel like this is kind of how Web3 feels right now. It's part of what's bringing us into the space, undoubtedly. Some of us are very excited about technology. Others are very excited about money. So that's okay. Neither one is wrong. So I have a lot of very unofficial graphs that I'll be sharing with you with really bad graphics. So bear with me. I'm just trying to keep it light and fun and keep things moving, okay? So on the scale of 0 to buttload, there is approximately a buttload of money in Web3. I think we all know that, and we've seen that there is an indiscriminate amount of capital deployed in Web3 right now. There is almost as many ideas. I am not making a judgment on what those ideas are, good or bad. So you may be asking, how do I know that there are less ideas than there are money? Does there anybody have a metric or a equation to validate this assumption? Yeah. He said enterprise values shot up. That's a very good, sophisticated answer. Just so you know, this is the approximate ratio of builders to ideas and money in the space. So you just did that equation for us. That's a good guess. Anybody else have a guess how I know that that this is kind of the ratio? There's a lot of funded terrible ideas. So that means that there's more money than there are good ideas. And so we are in a space that, well, you see it, right? But in my approximation, in order for things to be built, it needs three things, right? It needs the capital, needs the innovation, the idea, and it needs the builders. And this is where we find ourselves today, right? You see the ratio, very scientific here, but I also have the conversations, right? Very frequently. It's incredible how often I talk to people with funding, with the idea and the money, and they don't have anybody to build it. Not just a single entrepreneur, but as well as when I talk to venture capital firms. They are across the board in dire need of developers. So, one of my things that I talk about is that I have this fear or this kind of scenario that I've invented in my mind that the idea is on a board somewhere around the world. Somebody has written down that killer idea, that transformational idea that's going to bring blockchain to the masses, and it's stuck there. They may even have funding. They may even have the ability to pay to have it done, but it can't be built because they just can't find the builder. So let's see. Of course, can we go to the next slide? So I have another scientific graph here. Can you guys see there's a little sliver right there? What is this a graph of? Okay. Good ideas. Yeah. They're similar, right? Good ideas, the amount of good ideas there are. Builders. Okay. Any other guesses? You cheated. So it's just actually close numbers. I pulled it from a very official Google search and made this little pie graph. But essentially, the penetration of Web3 developers in overall development environment. So, I think, from JavaScript alone, I believe there's over 12 million JavaScript engineers. We saw like 40,000 in blockchain last year. So just giving you a sense of what that looks like. So now we'll do a little bit of an Econ 101 situation on what's going on here, right? So who knows what that line is called? Anybody remember? It's a curve. Good. Diminishing returns. Okay, this is the demand curve, right? Supply and demand. We use the term way too much all the time. This is a way to validate what that means. So if you look, you have where it's going up, where the quantity is going that way, getting less, the price goes up, right? So that's when things are rare. NFTs, you see that, right? Right now, developers are rare. So there's not that many, so the price goes up. As there's more, the price could potentially come down. What's this one called? Cheated already, I told you. You got to get it right. Okay, what is it? Supply curve, right? This is the opposite. This is saying as something becomes more abundant, as there's much, much more of it, it should become less expensive, right? And our ability to provide that, right, comes down. So where these two lines intersect is like the optimal situation where people are paying what they are willing to pay and producers are producing it at a quantity that is appropriate for that price, right? In our situation, the ideas and the money are what our demand, right? This is what they have it, they want it, they need these things built, but the supply of devs is relatively low. So where do we find ourselves? We find ourselves operating over there in this kind of environment where we have few devs, we have lots of ideas and money, and what that has created and what we are learning is that there's a few devs in the world making a shit ton of money for blockchain and the market says they're being paid appropriately, but by my estimation, in comparison to other kind of types of business, overpaid, right? It's becoming a strain on most businesses. And as Jay kind of pointed out, it makes it not scalable as an industry when you have to pay a single developer 50% of your seed money, for example. So here's a little history lesson. I'm just going to pivot a little, going through all the subjects today, okay? So this is time, and these are old computers. And, this is my approximation of a technology cycle. So computers came in, there are a few of them. The market fragmented very quickly. There were lots of variations, lots of homemade kits, lots of different chips, lots of operating systems. It was a very fragmented model. There's a good Wikipedia article called Wintel that does like a really good brief history of the architectures and things that happened to consolidate. But IBM coming out with the personal computer did a lot to move things and bring them all together. Why? Because it helped the builders kind of identify a way to build in a uniform manner that streamlined a lot of this and consolidated a lot of the market. The big other seminal moments and players are Microsoft coming in and creating software platform that allowed for other platform or developers to come in. We saw a similar kind of technology cycle with phones. What we learned from both of these cycles, right, these two giant movements, is that when there are fragmented platforms at play, ultimately, it's the developers who decide the winners. So if we look at mobile phones being the most accessible because we've lived through it, how many of you who owned a Windows phone? Of course. In a room full of nerds, somebody owned a Windows nerd. Same every time. There's always a guy, right? The Palm, who's going to tell you, it was great. It was awesome. It should have survived, and it didn't, right? I worked for Samsung, and that's the only reason I've heard of Tizen, okay? And we had a Linux iteration that also went out. This is a small fragment of the OSs that were trying to be the OS of mobile of mobile development. Why is there only two huge players? Think about why that is. Advertising is one, but in actuality, their ability to bring developers into the space, to make it easy for the developers to code, to make it easy for developers to make money, is really what differentiated Apple, who had users, and Android, who focused on a platform that would enable developers to quickly come in. If you read the article about the computers, there's a very similar inflection point where it defines and says it made it easier for the builders. So when we make it easier for the builders ultimately decide the winner in the space. So as I look at all of this fragmentation that's occurring in blockchain right now, I very much believe that the winner will be chosen by the development ecosystem that's built around it and by the applications that are built there. And it's not going to be one potentially. It's going to be the ecosystem of applications that are being built. So that's part one, okay? This is the macro kind of look at developers and why they are important on a macro scale. Now, I'm going to tell you what I tell people about why they should use Reach, but not the smart side of the house, the other side of the house, the business side of the house, okay? So when you're having these conversations, either with your business stakeholders or when you're thinking about, platform as a reason, oftentimes the tech is better is a good enough answer for developers and for the technical side of the house. But sometimes on the business side, they need a little bit more convincing, or their orientation is a little different, right? We know this. I know this because I'm one of them. So one of the things that I want you to have confidence is what we're telling them on why they should be using Reach and why it makes sense that even if they don't know the technology, what they do know is that they speak business, right? So Jay earlier said he had a favorite letter. What's my favorite letter? Anybody know? Guess? You guys are so smart. Okay. So B is my favorite letter. Why B in this case? Brandon, perfect. Other B words? Blockchain, yep, good. Brian, business, good. Billions, all those things are good. Bees, yeah, why bees? Because I think of blockchain as buzzwords, right? There's just lots of buzzwords. NFT this, DAO that, right? And I feel like this moment, you keep using that word, and I do not think it means what you think it means. Like a classic moment. This is what my life is like a lot of times. I spent the weekend with a bunch of marketers last week, and everybody said NFT a nauseating amount of times. And many of them did not know what it was. I asked a couple people just for fun, do you know what fungibility is about? No idea, right? So it doesn't work sometimes to sit down and say, like, talk about the code or do what Jay just did with you and show you how simple it is to build. What does work is this model, tried and true. Anytime I've talked to somebody on the business side, this is the language they speak, right? Profits. At the end of the day, companies trying to make money, and the profits is the way to quantify that. How do you make profits? Well, there's only two ways to really effectuate profits, right? One is I make number go up. We know that very well. We hear that a lot. So I make more money. The other way is I spend less money. And if I can do one of those two things, I have profitability, right? Those arrows go the other direction in either case or any of the three cases, I'm in trouble, right? So ultimately, I want to achieve this. This is the case for any business that if you want to spend money on your business, you have to explain that it does this for your business, okay? So when I talk to people about reach, this is what I talk about. This is how I'm pitching you guys as you become reach developers, and I'm telling them why you want to hire a reach developer, why you want to implement reach. This is the case that I'm making. When it comes to revenue, we believe that with time, implementing and utilizing reach will be a badge of security. Knowing that your application is built on reach, that the person that you're working with built the application on reach means that your product is much safer. In the way that the Intel sticker for a time meant that your laptop was better, faster, more efficient. Knowing that your application that you're using is built in reach is going to mean higher consumer confidence and hopefully more utilization. Now that's coming down the road, and we'll put that table that. So even if we aren't able to help on the profitability today, I can guarantee you we can help with expenses. So we just said it a million times. So what is it? What do we do? Reduce the cost of? Verification, right? Yeah. So we said that, so I won't go into that. That's a little bit harder, but what we do understand on the business side is risk, right? We're constantly assessing risk on the business side and doing models of expected outcomes, right? So when I'm assessing the risk of the product that I'm making, a couple of the things that I'm considering, right? There's an investment, so there's a risk that people won't use it. But there's an additional risk in blockchain that doesn't necessarily exist in current business, which is I'll lose everybody's money that put it in there. And there's a higher stake involved that we understand a lot less, but we see a lot more, right? So we've all seen the rugs, we've all seen the exploits. Tiny errors lead to big problems, right? So this is an issue. And so as a business owner or as an investor going into Web3, this is a big question on your mind, right? How do I mitigate the risk of a Web3 investment? Or how do I make sure that I'm not losing huge sums of money to an exploit, for example? Well, we address that very specifically through the verification, right? We are making sure that your applications are safer and easier to use. The other thing, that big thing that we talked about, taking it full circle, cost of development. Our hope is that by implementing Reach and finding Reach developers, you are able to bring in JavaScript engineers into their home, into their ecosystem to build their products. And that JavaScript engineers are not going to need to be paid as much as Solidity developers. And that's a very real truth, but we don't want them to be underpaid. We want them to make more money. We want all of you to make more money than if you've just been doing JavaScript, right? And so we find that market efficiency is what we're looking for. We'd like to reduce the cost of development for the business to a more reasonable or palatable price that's more representative of Web2, while still getting a premium for our developers above what they could have had. And we find that that creates a win-win situation for the developer, but also for the business. So when I talk to a business and I say, how's it going? Are you able to build your product? And they can't find one developer. I say, hey, for the price of finding $1 million developer, you could probably go hire 2 or 3 JavaScript developers, teach them Reach, and have them up and running in 6 weeks. They hear cost reduction. And that's really where we help these businesses on scalability. So if you think about talent, risk, verification, this is a no-brainer for the business side, right? These are the things that they understand in terms of why reach makes business sense. And this is what you guys understand, which is that the technology is superior. So when you're going out and you're talking to people and you're trying to explain, you're a blockchain developer, or you're explaining the benefits of reach, sometimes extend beyond just the technical aspects, but also into the business case. And so I hope this has been edifying or helpful. I really believe very strongly in the case for reach, if you will. And we are working hard on my team from marketing standpoint to make sure that other people understand the value of your skill set as developers, reach developers, and the ability to come in and make products that are safer, to do it faster, more efficiently, and to do a superior job than what's currently available. And with that, line up jobs and opportunities for you guys. So that's my moment. Let me know if you have any questions. I think I have 5 minutes. Questions, comments, concerns? Oh. Yeah. So the question was, okay, if Solidity developers are being paid $400,000 at the top end, like, right, that was a Twitter ad that went around the other day. What can we expect for Reach developers? I think it's not unreasonable to expect a 10 to 20% bump from like a kind of standard JavaScript developer. We have seen studies that puts it around that amount. But yeah, so I think that's reasonable, particularly for somebody coming into the space and relatively junior. That shouldn't be unheard of. And again, from an economic perspective, should represent like a win-win. You should get paid, nominally more, or have access to more interesting jobs or jobs with higher equity stakes. And the company should be having a level of efficiency that they couldn't have achieved otherwise.
Are companies looking for blockchain developers for the long run, or are they really just looking for somebody to do a test project? Is it something that they're going to be hiring people for to, continue to develop with, or do they really just want like a test project or something like that?
Yeah, I think that answer depends on how bullish you are on blockchain. So I know that I know that Visa's putting significant resources behind blockchain and trying to figure out what's their place in blockchain. I know that I talked to PepsiCo and they're hiring a head of metaverse, right? So, and they don't even know what it means. That, you remember that statement? I don't think it means what you think it means, right? So like there are, makeup companies hiring a head of metaverse, right? So like there is undoubtedly an acknowledgement by companies across the board that we are going to Web3. What that looks like and what that means, many of them don't yet know. But if you are bullish enough on blockchain that you think you want to be a blockchain engineer and developer, that skill set will be needed ongoing, right? The understanding of the infrastructure and how distributed applications work will set you apart indefinitely. In particular, if we all are right on our bet that we move that direction as an entire kind of population.
So, as someone who is trying to start a business using blockchain, I find it really interesting. So, this is going to be a question that I have a feeling a lot of people in here aren't going to like.
Those are my favorite
I kind of
kind.
think like you, I want to be able to push the decentralization, but as to normal consumers, and I view it as the backwards, as how, and this just has to be done with a business, is how can I pay the less amount to get something done?
Correct.
So,
see, he's validating our assumption. Thank you.
So, kind of going back to your question and then going back to your question and to hear your thoughts on this. As someone who wants to start using data to decentralize it so that people can start building, my startup is environmental construction. How can I start using blockchain developers to start decentralizing data while still paying a proportionate amount and using reach developers, but and this is the part everyone's going to hate, but use developers at the least amount to still get something done over a long term and have them a developer for a longer amount of time than rather automating the development of data.
Yeah. Look, I think everybody at this time, when something is nascent, is hedging their bets, right? Like this is the risk part of the equation, right? It's expensive to hire somebody. When you hire anybody in an organization, particularly early in an organization, you're placing a very expensive bet on that person. Because if they don't work out, particularly in the earlier stages of the company, their drain on the company from a resources perspective, from a monetary resource, from emotional resources is high, right? So I think that's a very fair question to say. I have a small amount of capital that I want to deploy. I want to be very responsible with that deployment of that capital. I want to spend no more than is necessary to achieve my initial milestones. So nobody throw eggs at you. That's a fair assumption or fair thing to want to achieve. So I think with that, it's about negotiation at the end of the day. You want to find somebody who believes in your product, believes in your project, compensate them fairly, right? I think that's the thing that you're looking for, and looking for these win-wins. I think part of what we're looking for, as a community, when I think about principles of blockchain, which is additional transparency, for example. So being transparent about, okay, I used to make this, I'm new here, I want to make X, right? And your willingness to do that and see that, look, if I go get a very senior Solidity developer, it's going to cost X. I have the risk assessment. I found a developer who's very capable, but they're new to blockchain. I can play Y instead. We can negotiate what that looks like. Sometimes, particularly early, leveraging equity or tokens as a way to kind of compensate if you're honest, again, saying like, hey, I have X amount of money, this is what we have to do to make it, how do we make that work? And being creative in terms of, like, we were talking about DAOs earlier. This is a space full of people that sometimes don't want full-time jobs, right? They don't want to have the kind of traditional tied down to a single organization. We're working off of proposals a lot for DAO, right? DAO is proposal oriented. So I think you're finding an environment that would be hospitable to those kind of arrangements, to say, look, I need a contract for this thing, and this is the scope, and this is how much I'm willing to pay, and have the market kind of dynamics do that. So you're invited to use our Discord. We encourage that to happen. We'll encourage companies to come in the Discord to look for hires and to hire people. And that's a big part of our promise to you guys, like that on our side. Brian here that you've seen with the beautiful flowing locks is working really hard to bring in more and more businesses and partners that are going to help place our developers into jobs and increase the demand side for very specific reach developers, making them aware of this business case, and then also aware of who's available to then come in and build. So, okay. What? Okay, we'll catch up later. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, guys. Building and hiring.
Can I have that little clicker thing? Does this work? Is not working. Yeah, there we go. All right. Let me go back. There we go. Can you make it expanded? Cool. All right. Hello, everyone. We are hiring and we are building. So if any of this is interesting to you, please come talk to me afterwards. So I am going to talk about music and the metaverse. You got me. I can control with this though, yeah. It is working. I'm just saying full screen, yeah. That's all right. Anyway, it's all good. There is a revolution that's happening with the music business. Getting rugged here. All right, there we go. Brandon, I see you. And this could only be possible today with the technology of blockchain, crypto, Web3, however you want to say it. It's kind of all wrapped into one. There are a number of artists that are leading the charge with some great ideas, interesting ideas around music consumption and value, fan engagement, creator collaboration, royalty payments. There are a number of issues within the traditional music business that this new technology can help alleviate and do better for the market participants. Now we're not working. There we go. There are a number of players that have come up, some great projects that are trying to address various aspects of music within this space, music NFTs, on-chain music production, on-chain music streaming. There are some DAO record labels. There are some funding models for artists that are coming out. A lot of interesting stuff, some crazy ideas. I love it all. There's been an explosive growth in on-chain visual content creation. Just last year alone, there was $17 billion in NFT sales. The metaverse content is slated to be worth $750 billion by 2026. And so what does this mean for music? Wherever you have motion visuals, you have music. They just go hand in hand. And this brings us to what is sync licensing. So anytime you have a visual production and there's music in there, there's a sync license that was executed to allow for the use of music. That's short for synchronization license. So you can think of TV, film, commercials, video games, film trailers, really anytime you see any kind of audiovisual content, in order to have the legal right to use that music, a sync license was executed. How does most on-chain visual content get music? So mostly because this is not sophisticated audiovisual production content. These aren't major film studios that understand how they can get any song out there, any hit song. So where are they getting their music? They're going to a buddy, say, please, can I use your music? They're making it themselves. They're going to a number of online aggregators, or they're pirating music because they either don't know better or they do know better and they hope they don't get caught. But it's very difficult to license music generally. So the reason why is because of the rights issues. Anytime you have a piece of music that you listen to, there's two sides of that copyright. There's the song, the composition, and there's the recording of that song. So actually two separate copyrights. Within each of those copyrights, you can have multiple parties that own and control the music. On the song side, it's very typical that there are songwriters, co-writers in a band and pop songs, hip hop songs. And each one of those songwriters might be represented by a different music publishing company. Then on the recording side, you're going to have a record label. Sometimes you have a featured artist. Each one of those parties have to agree to any sync license. So if a TV show wants to use a song, or if an NFT project wants to use a specific song, they have to go negotiate individually with each party. And there's no easy way to do that. You call the number, the licensing number. Hey, I want to use your song. How do I do this? It's a huge pain. So online licensing companies have sprung up over the last 20 years or so, and they try to solve this problem. And the way that they do it is they are looking at who is licensing music and saying, how do we make this easy for you licensing music? We're going to make it so that all the music on here is one stop. So it's just a simple, easy license, set very standard fees, and have it go online with credit card purchasing. The problem with that is that it's not a very hospitable place for the music artists, because this is how this goes down. If I have music and I want to make it available online for one of these platforms to license, what do? I have to email somebody, please, will you listen to my music? And then the gatekeeper is going to say yes or no. It's probably one dude at the company that just makes that decision. If they say yes, now I have to just give them all the rights to do whatever they want with the music. They're going to set the fees. They are going to decide what uses are going to be will be allowed to use the music without any approval rights from the artist. They're going to sit on the money for 1 to 6 months, depending on what the platform is, and they're going to take 30 to 50% as a commission, all the while deciding how they're going to go forward, what kind of licenses they're going to do. They're going to govern the system. And me, as the music rights owner, as the artist, I have no say in that whatsoever. So this is where we come into play. So Dequency is aiming to solve this problem by removing the middleman and giving more back to the artists and all the music rights owners who want to be involved in the sync licensing space. And we're also creating the rails to onboard music into Web3 with audiovisual productions. So similar to the Bitcoin paradigm, where Bitcoin removed the third-party bank from digital payments transactions, we are removing the sync agent from sync licensing transactions. That means that we will increase the speed of payment because we'll be paying with crypto, so people can get paid instantly or very near instantly. We can reduce the fees to fractions of what the industry currently charges. And then we can give control of the system to the people who actually use the system. So a key point of what we're doing is trying to make this a hospitable place to the music rights owners. So currently in the Web2 online licensing platforms, as I mentioned, because the music side doesn't have any control over their usage, that's a huge problem for any artist who actually cares about their brand. And beyond the totally indie artists or production music creators that are making music just specifically for background uses, if I'm an artist that is making art, a music artist, and I'm trying to connect with my fan base and I care about my public image, I want to make sure that I know where my music is getting used so that it's being used appropriately. And I want to make sure it's being valued appropriately. And how do I do that? It's if I have the control to be able to say yes or no. So we're going to give music rights owners, and that could be an artist, it could be a record label, it could be a publishing company, whoever happens to use the music, to own the music, we're going to give them the right to set their own fees, to approve the uses. We're creating a direct peer-to-peer licensing connection, so Dequency won't be in the middle of that licensing transaction, and then the music rights owner will get paid directly and instantly with crypto. We're also going to be creating onboarding tools so that we're calling it IRL to URL, where if there's a audio visual production, think a marketing video. So I've got I say ILA. If you got an event and you want to promote your event, and so you create a 30-second marketing video for your event, and then after the event is done, you create a 60-second recap video. And you're going to go put that out on YouTube. You're going to give that to your fans, create a marketing newsletter, all that. This is happening all the time, every day. And these are just sunk marketing costs out there for the people who are creating this content. And when they have their visual content, because they've shot video, they need some music to roll it together, to have it move along, to give some kind of energy to it. So come to Dequency, you license that song, and then we're going to create an NFT minting system where they can now mint an NFT out of this marketing video, put it out there for their clientele, put it out there for their fans to buy. Maybe there's some utility attached to it, some discounts, some pre-booking, some whitelisting for the next event. A lot of that thing can be done. And now they're turning that sunk marketing cost into a potential profit center and creating an additional marketing opportunity and community building opportunity by creating this NFT asset and promoting that out there. So we want to create a completely decentralized system here. And I say completely, and then the more I learn and the more conversations I have, we may ultimately have to make some trade-offs in terms of what the decentralization is from a complete standpoint. But we're still coming back to this place of wanting to cut out the middleman so that the music rights owner, the music creator, has as much to take home and has as much control as possible. But we will be creating our own coin so that there's an economic system and it can just be moving on its own. I'll explain that in a sec. We want to create a gamified experience. So as people are using the system, they can get badges for doing various things, participating in the community, licensing music, curating the catalog, creating playlists. And then as those playlists are become more popular, over time as music is licensed from the playlist. These are all things that will level up someone's score, and they'll earn tastemaker badges and earn other different kind of badges. We're going to create a communication so that the music side can talk to the visual content side and vice versa. This doesn't exist out there right now. So any of the online licensing platforms, if I am creating visual content, I can browse the catalog and I can license the music. But if I like what a particular artist is doing, I have no way to contact that artist and try to collaborate. And in an artistic medium, whether it's a visual art, motion visual art, audio visual art, on music on its own, whatever, this is all art. And even if you're making commercial art in the sense of a marketing video or a TV show, however it is, there's some artistic component to it. Artists like to collaborate with other artists. So we want to create these tools so that the artists can speak to each other. Imagine if you're making an NFT video project and you like a particular song from somebody. You can then, but it's not quite right. You want to hear something else. There's nothing else available. There's one song up there. You can contact the artist and say, hey, this is really cool. Do you have anything else? Hey, this is really great. Can you send me a version without the verse? So it just has the hook, because I want to make sure that I just have an instrumental part and then the hook comes in at the end, and have that collaboration back and forth. So we imagine a social aspect to what we're doing here as well. There we go. So this is our concept around how the decentralized protocol and DAO will flow. We're going to have a token in the DAO that will be minted, and the miners will be able to earn the token with what we're calling a proof of taste protocol. And the miners will be tastemakers. And there's two different ways that people will mine the token. One is on an intake A&R process. So A&R is a term in the music industry for basically curation of a catalog. So that's the A&R person at a record label is the person in charge of finding new talent and making sure that that talent is onboarded and making sure that the music is being created and put out there at the highest level. We need to make sure, if this is a decentralized system, that it's not complete chaos. If we open it up so that any person can upload their own music content, how do we verify that they actually own that content? They have the rights to do that. How do we make sure that it's not terrible? How do we make sure that it's not miscategorized? Because it also has to be a great user experience for the licensee, the person coming in and actually wanting to use the music. So this is where the A&R new music submission side comes in. So somebody uploads some music, it goes into a holding bin. Then a tastemaker who wants to earn some of our token will pick it up, listen to it, rate it for quality, verify the information that was submitted there, go back and forth with the person submitting in case there's any missing information. Of course, we're working out a lot of details on this. Then once that's happened, it goes to a committee of another handful of tastemakers to verify that initial tastemaker was correct. And then depending on what the committee says, that tastemaker will it will pass or reject. And then over time, there'll be a tastemaker score that will be a public tastemaker score that will also be part of the gamification side of what we're doing. And then that tastemaker will be able to level up. So eventually the system will be able to trust the judgment from that tastemaker, and we'll be able to see that this person has great taste. And then we need to incentivize people to create playlists. If you look to Spotify and how Spotify has done this, the reason why Spotify has created such a great user experience is because of all the user-generated playlists that people have made. And there are algorithms that they've created to say, if this song is in X number of playlists, or the more playlists this song is in, the better quality this song is. And then let's look at the other songs around here. So now if I like a particular song and here's another song that's in a lot of playlists, then that gets served up to me. And then I'm able to discover new music that way. But we pay Spotify for the right to make those playlists. We're going to flip that paradigm, and we're going to make it so that this is a way that people are mining the token with playlist creation, with upvoting from the community, with successful licensing off of these playlists. We're going to run contests so that somebody has a project can say, I am looking for this kind of music. tastemakers come pitch me your music, and then they'll be able to earn some token that way. What's the utility of the token? People who are uploading music have to stake a certain amount of the token in order to have the song available on the site. So therefore, it creates this cycle of demand for the token, and also an easy, at least beginning, tastemaker army, because people who want to upload their content will then want to mine the content rather than buying it on the market. And as demand grows, as interest from the music community grows to make their music available, the more the demand of the token. So roadmap. So our beta is launched. You can check it out at dequency.io. Please do. We are building this with progressive decentralization in mind. So it is very centralized at the moment. We have not minted the token. We will not mint the token until we have the utility completely set and programmed into the system. It's very important for us and for our philosophy of how to get this done. So right now, there's a limited catalog. There's about 700 songs that are out there. And it is available for people to come in and get a license either for NFT art or metaverse content. And how it works is it's all on Algorand. So hook up your Algo wallet, you transact in Algo. And if I am the licensee and I buy a license, if I mint a license, the Algo is transferred from my wallet and an NFT is given to me. That NFT represents the sync license. So that will have the pointer to the PDF license, because there is an actual contract that is being signed digitally. And then that's something that forever somebody can say, I had the right to use this for this particular project. And then that's it's there. So we are going to be releasing a collection of NFTs come out to promote what we're doing. What's in build right now and should be done by the end of May is the music rights upload portal. It will still be centralized at first because we don't know how people will abuse it. We know people will abuse it. We don't know how they will abuse it. So we need to just make sure that everything is coming in centrally so that we can monitor everything and see what kind of shenanigans people get into. I'm fully expecting to be overwhelmed with, people uploading Beatles and whatever. So, we need to figure out what that is. We're going to be programming in some more automatic tools to monitor with audio fingerprinting and checking against public databases for copyright data, but that's down the line. Then we're working on our tokenomics scheme. We'll be building in the tokenomics, and then by the end of the year is when we're aiming to actually launch the token, have the full protocol, and then that will be pretty well decentralized at that point. We do want to look into fiat on and off ramps. That's where the decentralization breaks down. We do believe that this is it's important to speak to the greater public rather than just like to full crypto natives. We think that is the best way to onboard people into the crypto world. But obviously there are trade-offs there on the decentralization side. So anyway, that is about it. So happy to take any questions that you guys have. The proof of taste protocol is how people will mine the token. Yes. So by proving their taste in rating for quality, rating for accuracy of information, by creating useful playlists that people care about, they will level up their tastemaker score and they will earn token by doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was curious a little bit about your background. I apologize if I missed it. And then why did you settle on sync licensing as the licensing problem to solve?
Yeah. My background is in sync licensing. So I've been in the music industry for about 20 years. Originally, I've been playing in bands since I was 11. And then I got into scoring music to picture 2001. And I music supervised a film. It was my cousin's film. She needed some help. asked me if I could do it. I said, let me figure it out. So that's where I really got to understand music to picture, and I loved it. I thought it was amazing. And I got myself into another band, tried to figure out how to make money, pitched music supervisors, which is the job function at a TV show or a film. They hire music supervisors to find the music and clear the music because the licensing is so challenging generally. So I was pitching my band's music, and I said, hey, will you check this out? And they said, oh, this is really cool. What I really need is hip hop. Do you have hip hop? I'm like, oh, let me call these guys. So then I call someone else, and they're like, oh, this is really great. What I really need is heavy metal. Do you have heavy metal? I'm like, oh, this is great. I can get a bunch of opportunities. I just need more music. So I just started gathering more music, and he built a company representing artists for Sync. And then as part of that, I got into music publishing, which is the collection of royalties and managing songs, and then got into the record label side, which is putting out recordings and managing artists. All the while, the main profit driver for us was Sync. So this has been my thing for a long time. I have a co-founder, George Howard, and he actually gave me the idea in 2017. He came with our investor, Mark Ross, as an advisor. And first time he comes in for a meeting, he was so excited. You know, in 2016, 17, there was all this buzz, hype around how blockchain was going to save the music industry. Because in the music industry, there's a huge problem with royalties not getting to where they need to be due to lack of data, due to all kinds of things that I'm not going to get into here, but it's a challenge, and blockchain can absolutely solve that problem if everyone will agree to. That's going to be its own challenge. But he said, "Hey, now we have a catalog. We have to create this sync licensing platform on the blockchain." I'm just like, I don't know what you're talking about. I had no idea. I was not into crypto. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand the fundamentals. But it always kind of like stuck in the back of my head, And during COVID, my COVID project was to figure out why blockchain. I felt like I missed the boat on it from an investor standpoint, and I had time now because of COVID. The world, gave me time, and so I was spending 2-3 hours a day just trying to figure out why blockchain. And I was listening to every podcast I could and talking to people and reading books and everything. And then I would go down CoinMarketCap, like, why that one? Why that one? Why that one? And really trying to understand it. And then finally, for me, people talk about getting red pilled. So I got red pilled. My red pill moment was a podcast with Vitalik and Tim Ferriss and Naval Ravikant. And I don't know if you guys have heard it. It's amazing. Maybe it's obvious to everyone else, but for me, it was Vitalik talking 2 hours of why blockchain. And at the end of it, I was like, oh shit, that's what we're talking about. Amazing. And so now I understood Bitcoin. Now I understood smart contracts. And I'm like, oh my God, our business, the business I've been in for the last 20 years, we are the bank. That's crazy. And that's not fair. If there's a music rights owner, a label or a publishing company that actually owns music rights, we're not looking to displace at all. We're looking to welcome music rights owners as well as independent artists who own their own rights. But for the sync agents that are these online licensing agents where they don't own copyright, and the original business that I had getting into the business where I was just representing individual artists, that agency model can be and should be disrupted with blockchain because if there's a smart contract, any real world contract can be automated with a smart contract. And doing that reduces the fees, gets people paid more, so obvious to me at the time. So I called up George. I'm like, dude, I get it. What do we do? He's like, we have to write a white paper. I'm like, okay, how do you do that? So we wrote a white paper, and then we met people at Algorand, and Algorand helped us. And then, it's been a really wonderful journey. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for talking. I have two questions. First, why did you decide the path to start your product without token economy?
Without a token economy?
Yeah, at first, at the beginning.
Mm-hmm. I am a true believer in crypto and blockchain. I find it distasteful oftentimes when people launch a coin with no value and ask people to buy it with the promise of creating value later.
I see.
And I know that's not, universally how it is. And if people make good on their promise to create value later on, then that's wonderful. There are a lot of rugs out there, which is not wonderful. So I want to do this in a very authentic way that we can look back and say, we did this the right way.
So after you made the product which users love your product, after that you will token economy by leveraging the value of the product.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll build the product,
Mhm.
we'll get a community, and we will get music on the platform that isn't available anywhere else in the world online, because we're going to make it this hospitable place. Then we will be able to say, look, we've proven that we can create an online system where artists who would never have made their music available for license are comfortable making their music available for license. Here we are. Now here's what we need to do in order to create a full decentralized economy. This is how we're going to do it, and here's the utility around that.
Thank you. So I completely agree with you. So second question is how. So your idea is very concrete, right? So to have product and a concrete roadmap. So how did you resolve your idea from a big idea to concrete product or NFT that could NFT into values roadmap, but concrete token economics? I think it's very difficult for me, like beginners. I'm beginner, so but you have concretely idea, right? So how did you resolve that problem from big idea to like concrete idea now?
It's a very good question. I was fortunate to have a lot of great people help me along the way. I think that was very helpful. I met Chris early on, and Chris has been an amazing supporter and teacher to me. So and he's the first one, whenever I come up with some idea, he's like, yeah, but have you thought of this, 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 and this? I'm like, nope, I haven't thought of any of those things. Let me go figure that out, you know? And it continues to be that. So I think, I guess my best advice would be find great advisors.
So you could have great advisor because you learn Reach. Is it correct?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't learn Reach. I'm looking for people who have learned Reach. So, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think learning Reach, you will then be in a great community of people that can help guide you through this path.
Can I get last advice? How to find get good advisors about Web3, your product? So I want to look for great advisor like you. How can I find?
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll do one more.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, you're kind of like a bank of copyrights for music artists. Am I? And then I have a question with that, if that's.
We are building a marketplace where music artists can choose to put their music, and music rights owners can choose to put their music. We are building a platform that enables that connection between music and visuals.
Okay, cool.
The existing, that's right. Well, you lease your music to them that then they can go resell and take 30 to 50%. That's right. We are not doing that. We are enabling a peer-to-peer licensing. So we're not in the middle of the licensing transaction.
So I have a question that I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on with that then. How do you see NFTs being able to allow not just artists, but because you're in this, so you kind of see this point of view, allowing or having NFTs basically be the venture capital, be the seed funding, the rounding, to be able to allow artists to go from zero to having $1 million to go to a studio and put their music on Spotify, just by getting seed funding from building an NFT, building a creative content like TikTok, and then someone putting out an NFT, let's just say a coin of whatever, and then allowing that to be their seed funding. And for your instance, if it's an artist putting out a song and then an NFT with that song that goes maybe along with that song, and then allowing that NFT to fund their creative aspirations.
Yeah. So, I mean, music NFTs, I think, can be quite interesting. That's not what we're trying to solve. There are a number of other projects out there that are working on music NFTs. I think where music NFTs can be really great is when there's some real world utility attached to it. So you get the NFT and you get a signature, a signed copy of something from me. You get access to my next show. You get discounts to the next show. You get a backstage meet and greet. You get to hear the music first before anyone else does it. For this small group of NFT holders, you can help me write the next song. Here, I'm going to do a custom remix for the next 10 these 10 one-of-one NFTs, and you're each going to get a different version of the album artwork. I mean, I could keep going, right? Like, there's so many interesting ways that music artists can leverage that and grow that fan connection through the utility from an NFT. NFT music collectibles for the sake of music collectibles, I'm not that bullish on it, but I love it if it's working. I love it if there are people out there that want to own the NFT of the music. I think it's great. I think the utility will have to come fairly quickly. But I think once there's a more standardized utility model for NFTs, it could go through the roof. But that's not what we're doing. Sure. Okay.
Next up, we have Expect. They can't be here right now, but they've recorded a video. So if anyone knows how to build with Reach, they're hiring.
Stablecoin for Algorand using Reach. So I hope everyone's having a great time out in Austin for the Reach Summit. Unfortunately, I can't make it. I'm in Australia, but hopefully I'll be at the next one. So who am I, right? Like, I've been programming since Hey everyone, I'm Austin from Expect, and we are building the decentralized stablecoin for Algorand using Reach. So I hope everyone's having a great time out in Austin for the Reach Summit. Unfortunately, I can't make it. I'm in Australia, but hopefully I'll be at the next one. So who am I, right? Like, I've been programming since I had baby teeth, as I like to say. Like, back in primary school, I started building video games. And then through high school, started learning more web development and how to build products and that sort of thing. And so when I left, I started working as a programmer and moved into DevOps and did like a whole range of different stuff at a few different SaaS companies. And then I moved into product management after doing a fintech incubator at a bank in Australia, which was super fun. And, you know, at the end of all of that, quit my full-time job in Web 2 last year to pursue something very different in Web 3, and I'm super, super excited to talk a little bit about it. So to begin with, like, what is a stablecoin? So people in the room might be familiar with. I might just move this from there over here. So people might be familiar with these icons, right? And these are USDC, Tether, and BUSD. And these are what we call centralized stablecoins. What's a centralized stablecoin mean? It means that each token, like in this case, USDC, is backed one-to-one with a fiat dollar in a bank account, right? They're regulated and they are required to keep this ratio, right? And it means you can always redeem one USDC token for $1 US, right? And then you've got decentralized stablecoins, right? You've got DAI, UST, Frax, and XUSD, which is the stablecoin Expect is building. And within these, you've sort of got different flavors of stablecoins. So you have over collateralized stablecoins, which is what XUSD is. And this means, sort of similar to decentralized stablecoins, there is always more than $1 of collateral in the smart contract backing each minted XUSD. And these collateral types could be Algorand, wrapped Ethereum on Algorand, or wrapped BTC on Algorand, right? And it's just important because when you deposit, say, $100, you're able to mint up to 80 or 90 XUSD. So you can't mint the full amount, but you are able to sort of unlock your crypto, and with XUSD, do yield farming, do whatever you want to do. So that's over collateralized stablecoins. And then you have algorithmic stablecoins like UST, right? And UST is very, very clever mechanism where Luna is minted and burned, buy and sell UST to maintain the peg. So there's nothing backing UST. It's purely maintained using an algorithm that uses arbitrage to maintain the value of UST. So that's stablecoins, right? Decentralized and centralized. And why would I use a decentralized stablecoin? What's the point, right? And it's an interesting topic. But I think like the next couple of headlines from news articles kind of sum it up. So back in 2013, Cyprus had this savings levy imposed on them. And so people that had over $100,000 in their bank account lost whatever basically was above that to repay the country's debt, right? Which is crazy. You would never think of that happening because they were a European country, part of the EU, and they had this massive savings levy imposed, right? And then, like, people are probably familiar with the story about Venezuelans escaping to Bitcoin and that sort of thing to escape hyperinflation of their currency. Now, more interesting than people, using Bitcoin as the store of value, which is, a topic worthy of like another talk, is people using stablecoins like DAI to protect their purchasing power, right? So DAI is very similar to XUSD. It's over collateralized, and it's this permissionless, censorship-resistant stablecoin, right? And so these stablecoins offer far less volatile and censorship-resistant store of value compared to Bitcoin and that sort of thing, right? So it allows normal people to get access to something pegged to the US dollar, because in these countries, it's quite difficult to do that in some extreme circumstances. So I think that's really important when you're thinking about stablecoins, centralized and decentralized, what decentralized stablecoins are here to do. And so what makes a good stablecoin? They're capital efficient.
Yo. Closer. What's up? Is that better? I'm really close to the mic now. You're good? All right, very good. Okay, so last time we were together, we talked about the overview application. And the point there was to go into the structure of a REACH program. And I thought that today, like right now, what we would do is we would do a bit of an experiment where Stefania the other day, she said that she needed an RSVP application. And she made a bounty for this. And no one has taken up the bounty yet. So I thought that we would just write together this bounty and win $5,000 together. And just, do it in the next 30 minutes or so. Yeah, I think that I need a new laptop because the reason I'm using Jared's laptop is that I use a Linux laptop. So that means that anytime I want to do something, I've got to rewrite the kernel. And it was not possible to do the streaming. All right, so I'm going to make a new directory called RSVP. And I'm going to make 2 files, the RSH file and the MJS file. And then let's go load them. So RSVP, that, and RSVP, reach. All right, so here are my 2 things. And so we're just going to start completely from scratch and write a program. So what is an RSVP application? So the idea of an RSVP is that we're going to have an event, and you've got to send in some money to the event. And if you go to the event and the people check you in, then you get your money back. Because if you run an event for free, then people will sign up for it, but they won't necessarily show up because they like the idea of going, but they don't have an incentive to really show up. And so things come in their life and then they don't end up going. They want to, but they don't. On the other hand, you could just charge for it. But if you charge for it, then, what's the right price? What is the, how do you, what are you going to do with the money? You really want people to go to the event. So this is the idea of an RSVP application. So, the tab key it's too big. I'll just do it. Okay. I'm a 2-space person. So, yeah. So I'm going to make a new participant. And this participant is going to be the deployer. Let's call it the admin, maybe. Yeah. By the way, you can see that I'm not really rushing. I mean, we're going to win. We're going to win this contest in 30 minutes. So we can spend time talking about things like what's the right name for a variable. So let's make it really simple in the beginning. And if we've got more time, maybe we'll make it a little bit more complicated. So we'll say, what is the fee? Is it a fee? It's the reservation price. There you go. So the price is something that we need to know about how about how much you've got to stake yourself. Then what we're going to do is we're going to have like a deadline. And the deadline is that if you never show up to the event and the deadline passes, then Jay's going to get your money. And so maybe we'll donate it to resilient coders or something like that. Okay. So there was an error message there. Sorry? Yep. So the deadline is going to be a time in blocks, or maybe in seconds. I'm not really sure yet. What does that error mean? Encountered an error. Oh, it's unused. Yeah. So I used use strict, which is going to yell at us if we don't use variables that we define. All right. So let's what? Infinity? I don't want that in it. There we go. Okay. So anyways, this is the first thing. And so we're going to publish this information. So we're going to define the price, and we'll declassify that interact.price, and we'll do the same thing for the deadline. Okay. Then what we'll do is we will publish those things, the price and the deadline. Okay, now the main guts of our program is going to happen. I'm going to just put an exit down here at the bottom. And at the very end of the program, what we're going to do is we're going to do something that's like transfer the leftovers times the price to the deployer. And then we're going to be done at the end. Okay. And so we're going to keep track over time about how many people have signed up, how many of them are left over. And then we're going to make it possible for people to get their stake in. Yeah, okay. So one of the main this program has a really typical structure, which is that there's like this setup phase of the program. And then after we set up the program, we then let people come and do a bunch of things. And there's this like pattern that we use a lot that's codified into a function that's called parallel reduce. So we're going to say that there's going to be, let's call it how many RSVP. Let's just call it how many. So these are how many people have RSVP'd. And do we need to know anything else? No, I think that's fine. So we got how many people RSVP'd, and we'll say parallel reduce. And it'll start with 0 because nobody has RSVP'd yet. And we're going to write a little define block in case we need any helpful functions. So parallel reduce, what it does is it is going to run the body of the parallel reduce over and over and over again, accruing new versions of the how many variable. And then every time we go around it, there will be like a different interaction that can happen. So for instance, there's going to be someone can stake themselves, or they can say that they showed up. Okay. And this define block allows us to define variables that are going to be used in all of the different cases. Next, we've got to write a loop invariant. And the loop invariant, the point of it is for us to know things that are true every single time we enter and leave the loop. So one of the things that we need to know about is we need to know how much money is in the account. So I'm going to say that the balance, that's how much money is in the account, is equal to how many times the price. Okay. And let's do another thing, which is that we're going to have to keep track of who signed up for this thing. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to make a, should this be a set or a map? I think we'll make it a map. So we'll say RSVPs is going to be a new map. And this map is going to take, map takes as an argument the data that's stored in the map. A map is kind of like a database that's keyed on people, on the users of the application. So, all right, so what do we need to know about them? We need to know whether or not, do we need to know anything? I don't really think we need to know anything. So in that case, I guess it's just a set. So we'll just say that there's a set. Okay, set is another thing that Reach has. Okay, so we've got a set of RSVPs, and we're also going to have the invariant that the RSVPs count is going to be equal to how many. So that means that this number, how many, is the same thing as how many people has RSVP'd. When the program is totally over, the leftovers is how many are left afterwards. So that's this leftover number, but we're going to call it how many in the first part of the program and then leftovers afterwards. Okay. We need to say how long the parallel reduce runs for. And so we're going to add a while to that. And we want it to run until a certain time. And so the best way to do that is to basically, I'm going to define a variable called keep going. And we'll add that up here. Keep going. And it will start off as true. And then we'll say, wow, keep going. And now what we'll do is we now have to start adding all of the different things that can happen in the parallel reduce. So kind of what we're doing is we basically have the structure of this program goes over and over and over again. There's a little bar right there for count. Is it not called count? Is it size? Maybe that worked. We'll find out. Okay. So no, that's not a thing either. We'll figure it out later. Okay. So we're going to end with a timeout. And the timeout is going to be at the deadline, which we're going to have that be an absolute time. So we'll write deadline. So absolute time is a way of saying that this deadline number is expressed in terms of like actual blocks. So for instance, in the real Algorand network today, I don't know, it's like block a million. I don't know. I think it's block like 500,000 or maybe it's 5 million or something like that. It's 20 million. Okay. Shows what I know. And so maybe we're going to say that the deadline is, I don't know, like a block is about like 4.5 seconds. So maybe we want the deadline to be like in 2 weeks after the event or, 2 days after, because you got to come back and claim everything. All right. Oh, you know what? The RSVPs does need to be a map because we need to know if you came, and that's going to be a bool. All right. And so I think this guy is count. All right. Oh, you know what count does is it counts how many times a function returns true. So I think it maybe is the size that we want. All right. And so at the end of the when the timeout happens, we're going to have somebody do something. So maybe we'll have D do something, and they don't really need to do anything meaningful. They're just going to show up and be there. They're going to return that we should not keep going. So we're going to return false for keep going, and how many is going to be the same number. And that is the structure of our application. But now, of course, we need to do the work that actually does a thing. So we'll have, here's going to be the new special idea. We're going to have an API call. And an API call is a bit different than what we've seen so far in Reach. So when I showed you the overview application, like the Reach program is in charge, and it can go back out to the front end and say, hey, give me some information. Oftentimes, a DApp will be designed to have the opposite flow, where the information comes from outside as like injected into the application. That is the role of APIs. So we're going to do that here. So let's make an API. Let's call it the participants. That's kind of a bad name for Reach. The attendees. There we go. We'll call it the attendees. So there's an API, and we'll call it attendee. And they can have, there's going to be a function that's called I will go. Okay. And there's not anything meaningful for them to return. Maybe we'll return a bool just for fun. And then do we need to say anything else? No, I think that's good. And then we're going to have another API. And this is the API for the check-in. So the check-in. And this one is called they came. And it will take an address and we'll return a bool. And maybe we'll say time's up is another function that we can call. Okay. So these are the 3 different things that can happen in this program. You can say I will go, they came, or the time is up. What are these errors are? Oh, it's telling me that they're spelled wrong. These people, whoever wrote this program clearly doesn't know how to spell, because time's up definitely is a real word. Okay, so I will go, they came, and time's up. So let's use those first. Let's make it so that the deployer doesn't do this. Instead, we'll make this an API call. So we'll write that someone is calling the function, what did I call it? Check-in dot time's up. And if someone calls that, then we return true, but it can only be done after the deadline. So this might look like a little bit kind of wonky syntax. So what we're saying is that at this point in the program, you're allowed to call this API, and that function has no arguments, so that's why this is an empty set of brackets. And this is the function that you can call with the return result. And the return result is true in this case because there's no information to give. Okay. Now we can write the API calls for each one of the participants. So there's the attendees. So it's called I will go. There we go. And what they need to do is what? They need to pay something. So they need to pay the price. So the syntax of API calls is that you have the name of the API, a function that goes from the arguments of the API to the to how much they should pay. You know, we also need to have a function that says whether or not it's okay for them to call this function, because we don't want people to RSVP multiple times. You know what I mean? I mean, if they did RSVP multiple times, we would get more money from them, but we would violate our invariant, because our invariant says that how much money we have is how many people have RSVP'd, and the size of the RSVPs is how many. So if someone paid 2 times, then the how many wouldn't go up, and so a theorem would be violated. Maybe we can do an experiment a little bit later and mess this up by not checking that, and we'll see that the program is wrong. Okay, so right here in this block are going to be assumptions that must be true to call I will go. All right, and then we have the actual function down here that runs and does whatever the work is. And the most important part of that is we're gonna still keep going, and how many is going to go up by 1. Okay, but we've got to actually store that they are RSVPing. Okay, so these are sort of the holes in our program that we need to fill out. So there's kind of a style that I write a lot when I write these programs, which is that it can be kind of tedious to like write an assumption up here and then check that assumption again. So I kind of have this pattern that I write, but I think what I'll do is I won't do that. So, we can go slow and tedious for the benefit of our audience. So we're going to write a check that when we look up in the RSVPs, this particular person, that is going to be, nothing is going to be there. They haven't actually come yet. And so they haven't RSVP'd. That's got to be true. And then we're going to also check that down here. And then if they did, then we're going to say that the RSVPs of this equals whether or not they came. And you know what? We can just say, it doesn't need to be an object. We'll just say that they did not come, so it's false. I don't know. Let's maybe make it an object just so. So we say came, and then down here, we'll say that came is false. Even though we don't need to store it inside of an object, it is useful for, what is it called? Like making the code more readable. Okay, so this looks good so far. Then we need to do the work that, so by the way, our program has these 3 API calls. There's the price, the deadline, there's the, no, I don't need to do that. Yeah, so there's the I will go, the they came, and the time's up. Oh, there's an error right here that says that I got to say that I want it to be an object. There we go. Okay, so looking pretty good. What's this error right here? Oh, we have to have a way to return the result. So we'll return the result right here that says that this API call was successful at this point. All right, and then we'll do another API call. And this is for the check-in. So the check-in has this function, they came, and it has the rule that, so it takes who came, right? And the constraint is going to be that they are actually one of the RSVPs. So they RSVP'd. There's another constraint that we want to make sure that the person who is doing the they came call is actually the deployer. You know what I mean? The person who launched the program, because it's like a trusted role. So that like you are the boss. Okay. Now they're not going to pay anything. So their pay expression is going to be false. And then the last thing that we need is we need to say who it is and the return function. And then we're going to return keep going is going to be the same. And how many is going to go down by one, because one less person, because this person is going to get back their money. So what we're going to do is we're going to transfer the how many. We're going to transfer the how many. Sorry, yeah, we're going to transfer price to the caller. We got to check both of these properties again. And can you do anything else? Oh yeah, we should delete them from the record. So we should delete them from the RSVP database. Do we need to know anything else? I don't think so. It's pretty good. Oh, we didn't call K. That's what this error is telling us. It's saying it's unused. So we got to say that, okay, it worked. All right. So we have I will go, they came, the time is up. Anything else? I don't know. I'm pretty happy with this. So let's compile it and see how it goes. See if we made any mistakes. It'll like check the verifier. All right. Okay, so it's good. So you too can write programs with no verification errors. If we made a mistake, for instance, if we forgot to like transfer these funds at the end, it's gonna say that hey, oh, well, this is actually a different error. This is saying you didn't use this variable, because if you don't use a variable, there's something very suspicious going on. You know what I mean? So I tend to write my reach programs with use strict mode. Let's suppose that you're full of tude, you know what I mean? And you're gonna play with the safety belts off. So it's not gonna give us that warning. It's gonna go through to the verification, and then it's gonna fail, and it's gonna say, whoa, what could happen is that the balance could be 1, and but you didn't finish the program. Okay, so it finds this error for us. All right, then let's put that back. Okay, so we'll compile again, and it's going to work nicely. Okay, so now let's go over and write the normal program. Now, I can see the future. I don't know if you guys have noticed this about me. So there's going to be a problem with this. I kind of want to jump ahead of it, which is that it's going to be really useful for the deployer to know that the contract has been deployed, and it knows that it has been deployed when the first message happens. And so we're going to add an additional interact thing, which is going to be called ready. And it's not going to do anything, but it's just like a signal. Actually, maybe we'll have it do something. No, we won't have it do anything. Okay, so then we'll go down here and we'll say d.interact.ready, and this will send the signal there. Normally we write d.only, and then we can write a block of code in there. But if you are calling an interact function that returns a null, then you can just write it right in line like this, so you don't have to write the long form version of it. Okay, and this program still compiles, of course. So now we can go write the actual test file. Oh, you know what? I gotta go open that. So the RSVP MJS. There we go. Okay, this is what I want. All right, so we're gonna import load standard lib from reach sh. I don't think I have written this line that I'm writing right now since I wrote it in the very first file, 2 years ago or whatever. I always copy from a previous one, but I'm going deliberately slow for you guys. Okay, and then we're going to import star from the as backend from build.index.main.mjs. Then we're going to say that the standard lib is going to be load standard lib. Then we're going to make the deployer account. We'll make the deployer. We'll make the deployer. Maybe we'll make a bunch of other users too. Yeah, okay, we'll make the deployer. So we're going to say await standard lib dot new test account. And we got to start it off with some funds. So let's define a variable for everybody's starting balance, which is going to be standard lib dot parse currency. By the way, we're writing a test suite right now. To really win the contest, we've got to make a user interface. And that's going to take more than 20 minutes. I mean, by the way, first of all, I've never written this program before. Like, I didn't just type in something that I had previously done. I literally never thought about this before ever. So we wrote the thing, and I'm very certain that we're never going to touch this file again. I'm pretty sure it's just right. So we're done. Reach has already paid its bills. We're done writing the program. That $5,000 is ours. All we need to do is write a test to show that it works, and then we've got to write a UI, which we got to pick a color. You know what I mean? That's going to take a long time. Okay, so we're going to get $100. Okay, so that's, we'll call this account D. And then we'll say ctcd is account d.contract backend. Okay. And then what we'll do is we're gonna launch the contract. And when we launch the contract, it's going to run forever until we get to the end of the program, the exit. But we don't want to do that forever, because if we look at the code, D, it doesn't do anything after that. We just go into this API loop where we see I will go when they came. So because of that, I think that what we'll do is we're going to make it so that when ready happens, the deployer is going to shut off. And we're just going to use a normal JavaScript pattern to turn off a thread. And unfortunately, if we were using a normal language like C or something like that, then we would do pthread _ kill or something like that, and then our thread would die, or pthread exit. But that's not the way that it works in JavaScript. You can't kill the thread that way. So you got to throw an exception. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to throw an exception. So we're going to say await contract d.p. What did I call it? Admin. There you go. .admin. And we gotta tell it the price. So let's have the price be, I don't know, what's a reasonable price to stake yourself at? I don't know. Do you guys think $250 is okay? Oh, but that's actually bigger than the 100 that I gave everybody. So let's make it 25. Okay. Yeah, and their algos. But okay, so that's the price, and we got to pick a deadline. So I have no idea what a good deadline is going to be. I don't know. Let's just write deadline here, and we'll worry about that later. So const deadline equals, for now, let's just say the deadline is I don't know, 15 or something like that. This is a bad number. You know what I mean? This is a dumb number. We'll make an intelligent number later. Honestly, the worst part about blockchain programming, in my opinion, is it's really annoying to write tests that deal with particular times, because you really do want to have your event run for weeks, but how are you going to make a test that runs for weeks? You know what I mean? You don't want to do that. You got to have a way of fast forwarding the blockchain to a different time. I've talked to Algorand about how we can change their system to do it that way, but they don't, we haven't figured out a good solution yet. All right, so anyway, so when we're ready, we're going to throw 42 to know that we're done. Let me just put a little message in here. Whoa. Okay, so we're going to say the contract is ready. Okay, And then we're going to catch down here, and we're going to say if the error that we caught is 42, then, well, actually, if it's not 42, then we're going to throw the error again. Okay. So we know that no error would actually throw 42. So this is kind of a sneaky trick. Another way to do a sneaky trick like this is to allocate an object, and then you compare the identity of that object, and you know that that pointer is going to be different. But we're going to be sloppy today, and we're just going to do 42. Okay. So now the program is launched, and we have to like write our test scenario. So our test scenario is going to say something like somebody shows up, and then when they show up, we're going to have a bunch of people check in, and then after they check in, then we'll wait a while, and then we'll have them come. So I'm going to write this is going to be like a test scenario. So when I write test scenarios, I like to write like a little library that helps me do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I'm going to write a function called RSVP. Whoa. Like, you can tell why I don't use stuff like this. It is way too excitable. Like, I just want to write what I actually wrote. The other day, I was texting my wife, and her name is Libby. And I said, Libby, I am coming home. And I literally wrote that. I typed out each character one by one. And I wrote Libby, and it changed it to like Eliza or something like that, which is not her name. I mean, it is a name, but Libby is also a name. And I said, I am coming home. It changed. I literally wrote coming, and it changed it to something else, like a different word. It's like, it is a word. I don't know what's going on. All right, so I'm going to say RSVP, and I'm trying to decide how to talk about the users. So maybe what I'll do is I'll make another little help function that's called, I'll say users, const users equals await standard lib new test accounts. And let's make 5 users. And each one of them is going to have the starting balance. And so it's called users. Okay, and we're going to RSVP for user 0. And then we'll RSVP for users 0, 1. Whoa. This computer has one of those fancy touch bars. You know what I mean? Which is really frustrating. Because I'm used to Emacs, so I keep hitting the escape key and it's not working. Okay, so we're going to RSVP for a bunch of people. Then we're going to do a check-in. Whoa. And we're going to check in for 4, and then we're going to check. Whoa. No, that's not what I want. I want check-in. Okay. So we're going to check in for 4, and then 0, and then 2. And then let's and then that's it. And then we're going to be done. But you know what? I just realized that I need to await all of these things. I'm not missing number 3. I deliberately left out number 3, and I deliberately left out number 1 because I want to demonstrate that it works by having people lose their money. You know what I mean? Oh, that's cool. Well, there's no home button because we're on like a Mac guy. Okay, so what else do I need? What's that erroring? Oh, it's because it's an unknown word. Okay, so we got the RSVPs, the check-ins. All right, now I want to test some errors. So I'm going to write try. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say will error. And I'm going to say that RSVPing for 4 again will error. And it's going to error because we already did RSVP, right? Then I'm going to do another error test where if I try to check in for 3, then that is going to error because they never RSVP'd. And we're going to do another one where if we try to check in for 2, that is also going to error. And then what we're going to do is we're going to await for the deadline. I think it's called wait. Probably. I think that's what it's called. And then we're going to await again, and we're going to say, what did I name that thing? I think it said times up. So we're going to do times up. I want to write what I wrote. Okay. And then when we're all done, then I'm going to show the balances of everybody. So what I'll do is I'll say for who of account D, and then all of the users. And then what we'll do is we'll say this person, we'll say standard lib format address of who has, and then we'll say await standard lib dot balance of who, and let me parse that as well. So we'll say standard lib dot format currency. Let me make a new line. Okay, so there we go. And that looks nice. Okay, so this is our test scenario, but it uses these helper functions that we haven't written yet. We need to write RSVP, will error, check-in, and times up. So let's go write those. So will error is easy. So it's a function that what it does is it's going to try to run it's going to say that there's some error, and we're going to try to run F, and then if it fails, if it succeeds, then that's bad. So we're going to say E equals false. And then otherwise, we're going to catch, we'll call this the thrown error, and we're going to say E equals T. Then what we're going to do is we're going to say if E equals false, then we're going to throw the error expected to error, but didn't. Yeah, but didn't. Ugh. I think that if we lose the contest, it's gonna be because I had to type with this computer. Okay, so that's will error. And then we got RSVP, check-in, and times up. So let's write those. So RSVP is going to take in a number. So we'll call it who I. And it's going to be an asynchronous function. And what we're going to do is we're going to say, well, let's get the actual person. So it's users who I. Okay. And then we've got to make a contract object for them. So they're an account. Yeah.
Does reach charge per character you type in? Is that why you don't actually spell out any variable names?
Do you remember how we talked about how my wrists are weak? And these are $1 million wrists. I got to take care of them by writing as little as possible.
I was wondering because
All right, so we're going to make a contract object for the backend, and we're going to have it use contract D's information. Okay, so that's our contract handle. And now what we want to do is we want to call this function right here, attendee. So we want to do attendee.I will go. So we're going to say await contract.a for APIs. Here, I'll spell it out. APIs. And then we write attendee. I'm already regretting naming it attendee rather than just A. And then I'm going to write I will go. And there we go. So that's what we do. So we just call the function. And okay, so that's good. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do check-in. And check-in is kind of similar. But check-in doesn't make, oh, I don't want you. Check-in doesn't make a new contract object. It uses the contract for D because it's like trusted, you know what I mean? It's D who's doing it. And then it calls the check-in, and it calls they came. And we're going to call them with who, because that's the person who came. Now, in the real world, you know what I mean? We're not going to know we're not going to, like, this test scenario is a little bit fictitious because like the test scenario can directly have the check-in agent really do it. In the real world, of course, when we make our app version, we're going to say, open up your wallet and show them your QR code for your address. And then how the app is going to work is they're going to scan it. And then when I say them, I mean the check-in agent. They're going to scan your thing, and then you're going to press a button that says, this is the person that I want to check in, and it's going to call this function. And so basically that thing is going to be scan QR code, decode it, get a number, and then that number, that address is this argument right here, who. Okay, and then lastly, we need to define the times up function. So times up doesn't take any argument, and we call times up. All right. I'm really nervous that wait isn't what it's called. That's what it's called? Isn't it? But isn't wait gonna like wait 15 blocks? There's another one that's like, there's like waiting a certain number of things versus waiting to a particular time. That's what I'm worried about, which one it's going to be. But we've got time. We're almost done with the contest. All right, so we'll run the program. Oh, we should like put in some. If we run this, we're not going to see any results. It's just gonna say it's done. So yeah, just gonna put in some stuff. So we're gonna say console.log time. I think time is up. Then we're gonna say over here, we're gonna say check-in of, and we'll say standard lib dot format address of who. And then we're going to say down here, RSVP of that person. We're going to say down here, we're going to say that last call errored, and that's okay. That's okay. Because we're going to see messages that are going to say, like I checked in, but they really didn't because that failed. You know what I mean? If we want, we could put these messages after the call. Maybe we'll change it and do that. And then the contract's ready. The deadline's 15. Yeah, okay. We'll put a message right here that says, we're gonna wait for the deadline. All right, that looks okay. Okay, so now we'll do reach run. We gotta define the connector mode. Connector mode is algo. All right, what did I do wrong? Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah, I do need help. All right, so it says the API call failed. The I will go failed. And it says, okay, so we see the contract's ready. These error messages are annoying. Okay, so what am I gonna do here? Yeah, that's yucky. I know what I can do. I can make these. I think this will make it so that they're a different color. So what's happening is that every single time I attach to the contract, it's going to verify that the code is right. And it's going to show a warning that is the same warning that Reach showed us when we compiled. And it's telling us that, hey, you use this feature that maybe you don't want to use. Oh, you know what I can do? Actually, I'm going to do it the other way. Sorry. Let me go back to this. And okay. What does this say? it says that RSVP of this one, and it says that the call failed. Why did it fail? Oh, you know what? I wonder if it failed. I bet it failed because the deadline is too short. I don't know. Well, I think that might be what it is. So let's make the deadline 100. Find out. Okay, there we go. The deadline, it's going to take a while to wait for the deadline to be done. By the way, it just went through and did everything. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we can look at this sequence of messages and see what happened. Okay, so remember, there were 5 people, and we had one of them not sign up at all. Okay, so the one that didn't sign up at all is this one who has 100. They actually have 100.003 because we did enough transactions that rewards were generated on the Algorand network. You know what I mean? Because as you because rewards happen. So they made money not going to the conference. Okay, so that's the one. That's the 4th one. The one who never. No, sorry, the 3rd one. So well, it's number 3. The one who never RSVP'd at all. Okay, then you've got 4, 2, and 1. They RSVP'd and they actually came and checked in. You know what I mean? But then you've got 1 over here who they never showed up. Like, remember, let's look at the program. So our test scenario, 0, 1, 2, and 4, they all are RSVP'd, but then 4 checked in, 0 checked in, and 2 checked in, but 1 never checked in. So then at the end of the program, they lost their money. That's why they only have 75-ish. And that 25 went to the person who wrote the program. Okay, so we're done. Give me the money. As I said, I mean, we're not totally done because we got to pick a color for the background.
Hold up, Jay.
Yeah.
This went too quickly. So how many lines of code was this?
The test code was 77. And the reach program was 79, but I did some stuff that was stupid. Like I thought that I was going to need these 3 lines up here, but I really don't.
Okay.
And actually, it turns out that I never used this came field at all because I just deleted it afterwards. So I could have changed that to a set. So I wrote a really inefficient reach program.
Yeah, I noted that. I don't believe you that it will run on multiple different chains. You only showed me Algorand.
All right, yeah, we'll change it. Okay, so let's go and we'll say reach connector mode equals ETH. Let's see if anything different happens. Time is definitely different on Ethereum, so maybe it's going to be weird. You mean EVM-based chain? Oh, by the way, it did work. And many chains say that they're EVM compatible. And many of them are, but some of them, they don't really run every EVM program. And we do have to make adaptations for them. And so for those ones, we would need to do something different. But generally, yeah, they do this work.
Okay, so I saw Algorand and Ethereum. Does this work on Conflux?
Okay, so listen. Algorand and Ethereum, they have devnets that will only do work when we tell them to do work. Conflux doesn't have that, so it's just going to run no matter what. So it's possible that I made the deadline too short, and some of our tests might fail. I don't know. We'll see.
If it fails, I get half the money.
It's starting the devnet, a Conflux devnet right now. It takes longer for Conflux to start. That's why it takes a while here, because Conflux has to like synchronize more.
While we're waiting for this, can I see the Solidity code to actually see that it was, yeah, like what, like it must be ridiculously like inefficient, right?
We'll look at it in a moment. So it just worked. Those net 999. So conflux addresses, they like start with something that identifies what chain that address is supposed to be on. They're trying to like make it so that, you know how sometimes like you might have one account for your like testnet algos or your testnet in the mainnet. Basically that, what network it belongs to is like baked into the way that you like type the addresses. Yeah, so it worked on conflux too.
Okay.
I can't write BSC here. I would have to like get test token thingies. I don't know. I'm not gonna do
Yes,
that.
it does.
But okay, but you want to see the code?
I want to
Got
see the
generated?
code. Did
Yeah.
you like, so maybe what happened is that you actually just like pulled it from a repository, or
No, I
No?
literally had never thought about writing this program ever. Well, I kind of thought about it because when Steph originally posted it, I saw the word RSVP program, and so it was impossible to not have ever thought about it. You know what I mean? Oh, but this is this is like the JavaScript backend that got generated. It's so the complicated part of it is like 800 lines, but we got to run. I have to do something to make it so that the No, it does. I just need to write intermediate files here. And then we're going to get a whole bunch of stuff. So this is going to do is it's going to generate it's going to show me the solidity, it's going to show me some other things too. Is there a dot on this machine? No. I was going to show you a picture of the control flow graph, but I don't have the program. Do you have Homebrew? He has Homebrew. Here, let me just install this real fast.
Sorry, Jared.
This is gonna be enjoyable. It's worth it. Maybe I'll open the file first. rcp.build.index.main.solidity. Okay, so this is the solidity program that got generated. There we go. Even though the program, this particular program doesn't use ERC20s, but we like include the interface for them, and it just gets deleted by the Solidity compiler's optimizer. So that's what every program starts with this. So we can just ignore that and go down to the real one. You got to scroll a lot. Okay. All right. So here's the program. Now let's listen to the library still. Okay, so the real program starts here at line 643, and it goes down to line 940. So it only generated like 300 lines of code. And what these things are right here, yeah. We're basically generating like assembly-like Solidity. So these things are the messages that get actually sent to the contract. So like T13 right here, I just know that that is the data structure that's actually stored in the mapping. So how the program works is it stores like what step of the protocol it's in. When I say the step of the protocol, let me see if I got dot yet so I can show you. Oh, it's not, there's no dotty. Is it? Oh, it's called Graphos.
Sorry again, Jared.
Okay, it's gonna get a bunch of stuff. Okay, so like this function right here, this mapref1, that's the thing that like reads the memory, like reads the mapping to see who signed up. These are the API calls that we can make. This is like the program starting. So when the program starts, we are going to remember who the deployer is, because that's the only person that's going to be allowed to call the check-in function later on. And then we're going to have things like, I believe this is going to be the price, and this is going to be the deadline, and this is going to be the balance. No, this is going to be how many people. You know how there's that variable in our program, how many, that's this. And then this is keep going. And then this is what time it started. because we're going to need to compare the time that it started with the time that it ends. And if we look at something, so like
is this sort of like your Neo reading the Matrix right now?
Yeah, yeah. The reason why is that this program has been heavily optimized. And so one of the things that we do for optimization is we do things like if a loop is really small, then we'll like unroll it. We'll like fuse data structures. Like for example, in the original program, you might think that something like, I don't know, like this thing right here, you might think that that is going to be an object as well, but no, it like gets turned into like a structure. And this is kind of a boring program, so it doesn't really do too exciting things, but like we like change the data structure representation a lot of the time. And so something that in your program might have been like a tuple, we might break it up because it's more efficient. So anyway, so it's important for the optimizer to do that. But when we compile, like when we're compiling, we actually remember what all those names are for debugging. So if I look at one of the intermediate languages, so like this is like the intermediate representation that gets compiled. And so one of the things that you can see is like, aha, that number 352, that actually is how many. And so when you get a verification error, it will tell you what the real name in your program was. It'll say how many. It'll say how many /550 or 352 or whatever. So anyway, so I got that. Oh, it's still not downloaded yet. Wow. I wonder what's going on.
Jay, could you put in your code that it would be impossible to charge anything over 100 algo or 100 currency?
Like you want us to cap the fee?
Cap the fee.
Yeah, we can do that. We need to put in right here. We can say that we want to check that the price is less than. If we were at 100, 100 is 100 micro, right? So we want to be more than that. So do you know if the underscore patch got in to the current release? I want to write this, but maybe it's not available yet. We just added the support for underscores, so I think that I think that's a million. So if I add this right now, the terminal is you gotta make a new terminal. What did I call it? There we go. Yeah, it's not added yet, so we gotta delete that. We do releases once a week, so it takes a little while to get these things. Okay, so this check right here is gonna fail, by the way. We're gonna get a verification error. And the reason we're gonna get an error is because we're checking, we're making it so that everybody is supposed to do this, but maybe not everybody actually did. So yeah. What are these? I think that it's taking a long time because.
We lost your screen. If you could share it again.
Oh, okay, sorry. Is it back?
That's okay. Keep going for the room.
Okay, so it says that it failed, and it failed because it says that the admin could have chosen a number that's too big, and this happens because we didn't include this check also on the only part, because one of the way that Reach thinks about invariance, or rather the way that programs can't think, the way that I think about invariance is that you want the contract to check things, and you want all honest people who use the program to also check those things, because they don't want to send a computation to the network and get some weird error that they don't understand. They want to check locally that everything would work when it gets sent, so that when they do actually send it, it's the proper thing happens. Have I got GraphViz yet? Wow. that was a mistake. Sorry, you're gonna get a bunch of junk left on your machine. But what I was gonna do is I was gonna show that we generate, like, as part of the intermediate, like one of the intermediate files that we generate is we generate like a graph of the control flow diagram of the program. And so there's this, yeah, you know what? There's a website I can go to. That's what it is. Graph is online. Graph is online. Oh, I'm not connected. Okay, well, we can turn this into a picture. The picture is really cool looking. Shows you what the program does.
Just believe us.
Yeah, just trust me. I showed you the Solidity code that gets generated. I can also show you the teal code that gets generated.
Yeah, let's see the teal.
Yeah, so this right here is the teal program. Remember, the Solidity program was like 300 lines. The teal program is like 580 lines. Which, you know, like Humble Swap is like 3,000 lines of teal. You know what I mean? So this isn't that bad, but you don't want to write this. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
Hey Jay. Hey Jay. Did you like I missed the first part? But did you promise that since everybody was here with you while you wrote this, we get a cut of the 5,000, right?
No, I said that I was gonna buy a new laptop so that I could stream myself next time.
Oh.
Well, thank you. I don't even know what happened, but I'm impressed. So thank you very much. Hopefully that demonstrates kind of the power of reach and what we hope is that efficiency gain. So with that, we're a little bit ahead of time. I think we went pretty hard these last 3 hours, so I think we deserve a break. So let's take a 20-minute break, and we're going to do a quick panel on return. We'll talk about the differences between reach and solidity, some of which you just saw, but we'll have a panel on it as well when you get back. So we'll see you in a bit. 20 minutes. So.
I mean, even if you were 10 times slower than me, you would still be 50 times faster than.
Are you sort of a full-time developer?
I'm partner. Before I founded, become partner. And all this. But I didn't work alone. I work at Intel. I work as software. Was building a product. After I become partner, I forgot how to do it.
Yeah, it's a skill set that is perishable.
But I think I need to outside here. I need to learn more.
So what's been your most successful project?
So, but I think I would have found it Airbnb now.
What is it?
Airbnb now.
Okay. Oh, long-term Airbnb.
Gotcha.
So, but I think, what have you found to be the hardest part about like acquiring users?
Because of COVID-19. So because of COVID-19, we have been very yeah.
What about like if COVID-19 didn't happen? What do you think would be the hardest part about acquiring users? If there wasn't this whole big COVID-19 thing out there, business, like, what do you think would be the hardest part about it?
Yeah, so as far as in Japan, yeah, man, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the default. Yeah.
Working on something like the scene or something like that. Just do it. See what part of the market that want to stay So this doesn't actually, this looks like doesn't in what in this space all these problems there are. Hey man. Yeah. That's what I'm like there. Yeah. Oh, you track. That's great. Oh, I was like, you look familiar. This is what I understand it. I have a little history like my personal sheets, and I love I don't know how to dig out that's more generic.
We're gonna get started. I know that break was nice. We went a little long, so we're gonna sprint through the last few parts of the day and then get to the party because that part's fun too. So just some housekeeping. We have a couple of more presentations. We have one more video of a company called Nettle that's building in Reach that we'll watch as well. We have the Zestbloom team here, well, that will present their project. Also, I believe hiring potentially. And then we will be going to the event this evening. So to get there, we actually have a shuttle. So the shuttle will be leaving from out front at 6:30, I believe, and there may be 2, depending on how many get. So if you can, plan to be at the 6:30 shuttle to take you over to the restaurant, the venue, and we'll eat and drink and be merry there. So without further ado, I'll turn time over to Zestbloom.
Hi, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Excellent. So on Friday, I'm flying in here, and I land at about 5 p.m. And then I look at my phone as soon as I turn it on. We're on the ground, and Brandon texted me. So we put you in on the schedule, and you're okay to speak, right? I was like, okay, sure. So threw together some slides, and I'm just going to talk at you for a few minutes and hope that you understand what I'm talking about. My name's Ryan. I'm the CTO at Zestbloom. And a bit about my background is I have 15 years of software engineering experience, largely in software QA in consumer entertainment, but I also have some experience in cloud computing and operations. Our company is Zestbloom, and we started it about a year ago. It was begun by my partner Jasmine and I. Jasmine's our CEO. She was not able to make it here today, but she sends everybody her best. So we started the company a year ago. We have been paying attention to what was happening in the blockchain industry for a while, recognizing what kind of opportunities there are in the space, but not really knowing where to get started. We just kind of felt like we better start somewhere, and so we were really interested in NFTs and how they were enabling creators to monetize their work in a new way and allow for traceability and application of royalties on the blockchain through the mechanisms of smart contracts. So we just felt that we wanted to get involved, and so we started working on the project about March last year, and I was still working full time then. But you know, as you kind of these things kind of go, you kind of start and you learn a little bit, and you start to meet people. We had done a bunch of research on blockchains, and so the first decision was like, what chain are we going to learn on, and what are we going to do? And after doing a bunch of research, we settled on Algorand, namely because it seemed like it had one of the best technical offerings of all the chains that we could tell, and we both see ourselves as being very environmentally friendly people. With the NFT industry getting really big on Ethereum, but without how much energy it uses, it didn't really make sense to go in that direction and to continue on when we felt like there was a better solution. So Algorand had no marketplace at the time, and so we felt that we wanted to help Algorand grow, and so that was step number one. Our MVP would be one of the first marketplaces on Algorand for NFTs, and so we started building, and we did a few interviews with people in the community, and that's when Evan here, our data scientist, reached out to us and pitched us his idea, which was, you know, essentially, how can you analyze with all the information you have of NFTs that are basically publicly available? How can you make sure that the NFTs that people are putting online are truly original and not copycats? Because obviously we know copy minting is a huge problem within the NFT world. And so he joined us with that being his mission. Continuing on through development, we started developing our smart contracts in Teal and PyTeal, and that was where my baseline of learning of how blockchain technology works and smart contracts. And flash forward all the way to today, we've made the decision to go with Reach. Woohoo! Go Reach. We have recently onboarded another engineer who's actually phenomenal with Reach. He's been doing it for some time now, and I feel like in watching him develop and seeing the things that he's been able to come up with in a short time, I feel like he's run circles around me with my my pathetic raw teal writing from late last year. So so we're really happy to be going in that direction now. So let's see, why NFTs? I mean, you've heard, you know, everybody here's heard the word NFT a million times today. I'm sure you're all sick of it, but why? What makes them so interesting and compelling? Well, first off, they're fun. It's nice to be kind of participate in a community. There's that whole element and exclusivity aspect to it that's kind of taps into something intangible within human nature. But more than that, they actually do have real use cases. And I don't think anybody here actually knows fully what those use cases are or how they will evolve in the coming years. But I think that's something that we definitely wanted to explore as we started this project. I threw up a logo of Dequency because you all heard Keatley speak earlier, and that's one of the really important use cases that we're going to see developing here in the next few years, is how NFTs are going to be used to track licensing of artistic material. And then lastly, NFTs are here to stay. So not just licensing, but there's going to be all sorts of legal contracts and other binding agreements that are going to be tracked with NFTs. You know, digital art is amazing, and we love to participate in it, but I think it's going to continue to grow, and we're going to see all sorts of use cases unfold. So our mission as Zestbloom is to help onboard new creators and businesses into blockchain and NFTs. We want to make it as seamless of a user experience as possible. And ideally in the future, we envision it so that we can bring users who are non-crypto users into the scene and not have them know they're even using blockchain. And then, and so what we're working to do currently is to build out a comprehensive suite of smart contracts, enabling every type of sale you can imagine. And to do that, we are developing out an open API that we're going to hopefully pitch to all of the marketplaces within Algorand, potentially even on other chains, since Reach contracts are cross-compilable. But with the benefits of using blockchain, you have that instant discoverability, and we hope that the API will allow for the work that creators post on chain and put up on sale on one marketplace will actually help it permeate through the whole ecosystem faster. And then, you know, to take that one step further as we continue to grow the use cases and utilities of smart contracts and NFTs, we do seek to look into what other industries exist that we can take those into and apply that knowledge. It's worth noting that we are headquartered in the state of Vermont, which is a very small state. It's kind of funny, like very small and very rural, but at the same time, there's a lot of opportunity because you're actually really well connected with your neighbors. And so it's worth noting that we have some really great connections there, both at the government level and at, you know, with powerful individuals who, or with other entrepreneurs within the state. So we're actually connected with people working on metaverse projects, real estate projects, and there's a lot of interest in continuing to expand those industries within, with the, you know, the help of NFTs and smart contracts. So lots of disruption to come. And then the tools that we're building out for, well, firstly, the smart contracts that we're building and the tools that we're building out for image originality scoring, we want to make those available to all the marketplaces as well within the ecosystem. We have written a grant and received a grant from the Algorand Foundation for the Kin DAO, which his goal is to make those tools universal and available for everybody. We're going to work to get all the contracts audited so that there's no uncertainty as to which contract we're using, because it feels like coming to this problem and trying to solve the problem of writing all of the common smart contracts that you need to have to run a marketplace. Like, everybody, it seems like, is trying to solve the same problem, and it doesn't really make sense to have everybody solving the same problem ad nauseum when we could all be using one solution. And then we want to be able to democratize the information that we gather with this basically, and basically build an open source, or at least an openly available NFT search engine for text and image-based search within the ecosystem. So a quick little example of some queries, but actually we have we're going to do a live demo for you guys right now of the reverse image search. Quick introduction of our team. We have Jasmine, myself, Evan, and then our Web3 lead is Nick, who's recently joined us with his reach. Upon a really good connection by Chris. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, so let's demo the search engine. Okay, so as a quick little intro, Google has about 4 trillion images in their image search. We only have about 350,000 on Algorand, so that's all the images and GIFs that I've indexed. There's also like MP4s and stuff like that. The corpus, or like the set of all the images that I'm actually going to be searching from, is smaller than that, because I only got this to work for the first time on Thursday. So it has 185,000 images and GIFs. The GIFs aren't going to be playing, but it will show the like a screen grab from the GIFs, and it's also only the square images and GIFs, which is a very silly limitation. Like, it's very easy to fix that. It's just for now it's only the square ones. So that's 100, but it's about half of all, a little more than half of all images on Algorand. So let's try it out. Let's try what it looks like to search. So I'm going to search the term Algorand. And the search engine doesn't know what Algorand is because it's a very niche topic, but it does have like automatic OCR, optical character recognition. So it's going to find images in the text where Algorand appears, and so like all the results are going to have the text Algorand in it. So that's like one thing it can do, but it does have a semantic understanding of many like very common conceptual words. Right, like if you search like monkey, it's going to find images of monkeys, right? Like tons and tons of images of monkeys. And it can even, you can say like sad monkey, it's going to find crying sad monkeys, right? Like, look at, they're all sad. You can find a happy monkey if you're feeling better, right? It's going to find all the ones that have a smile on their face or close to. It also understands, like really abstract things, right? Like if you search cat, it doesn't just find pictures of cats. Like it knows like these weird images are cats. They're conceptual pictures of cats, even though they're made up of Algorand logos and they got these like really complex backgrounds. You can go really long with the search too, right? Like you can search like a gorilla with a green background, and it will find gorillas with the green background.
Let's see if it knows who Sylvia Macaulay is.
Sylvia Macaulay is a niche topic. I'll search it, happily search it, but it'll find, there's a few images that have his name in the text, so it's like not that exciting, right? Like, but it does find pictures where it's not, right? Like that's Silvio, that's Silvio, and the name doesn't appear anywhere. You can search other people, like it knows who Hulk Hogan is, and it finds even this monkey Hulk Hogan, right?
Does it know Chris Winter?
It does not know Chris Winter. I've tried, but it does know that Chris has a beard for some reason. His most recognizable feature. I can do reach. Let's try reach. So again, it's probably just going to look for the logo. There we go. So it found 3 goannas with the reach logo, and then it also knows Halo reach. So those are all probably Halo reach. Let me do one more, and then we'll get some from the audience. You can also do like I'll do it in a second. I just want to show like it also knows like art styles and categories, right? Like you search like pixel art. Sorry, this is the internet here is not that great. It's not that the search engine is taking a long time. It's just that every now and then it takes a second.
This is streamed from a remote machine. So.
Well, yeah, but we're more limited by the UT Austin public Wi-Fi. So it finds pixel art. You can even specify like pixel art of a house, and it'll get you pixel houses. And then last one, right? You can do like black and white photography of a building, right? Like really specific narrow searches, and it's going to find black and white buildings.
Is the reason Jasmine's not here is because she's on the other side? Quick findings.
You caught us. All right, let's get some suggestions. Okay, so this is using PyTorch in Python, and the text queries are done with a pre-trained deep model that I pulled from OpenAI.
So you already trained this model?
I didn't train it. OpenAI trained it, and I downloaded their weights. They trained it for 2 weeks on 260 GPUs, and that would cost us $2 million to do. So we don't have that scale yet, but we could implement something like that.
Could you ask them to add my name into their search?
Well, I don't know if are there any headshot? This is only searching on Algorand NFTs. So if you mint some headshots, then maybe we can do it. All right, I heard Elon Musk. Let's see if it knows who Elon Musk is. I actually have no idea. All right, yeah, there we go. Finds Elon.
Found the Joker out in Iguana.
That's funny. Any other suggestions?
I actually do the Joker.
Let's see. There we go. We got Joker. Nice. That's pretty good.
Can you connect the dots for us a little bit on how this helps prevent copy method? Like, how you put those two
This specifically, the text query does not, but it also does image query. So you can use the same thing to do image-based query. And so here's an example that I have. If you, this is the query image, and notice that there's like some black bars on the side. That's because I applied a random affine transformation. So it's doing a random rotation, translation, skew, and X and Y rescaling, and also a crop. So it can handle any of those, and out of like I tested every image, and if you apply like really any random affine transformation, which is going to include a lot of very, very bad transformations that like even humans would have trouble with, it does it 67% of the time as the first result, and then 81% of the time as in the top 10. And that's like, sometimes like I got to tune the parameters. I've just started testing this, but like sometimes the random transformation squishes the image like a lot. And so it's like very understandable. Here's another example of like when you flip it, also does like flips. It still finds this is the first.
So there's this work about adversarial inputs to machine learning models.
Yes.
Where something looks, to a human, it looks identical, but there's basically been a very slight perturbation of the pixel values. And almost all like hard-trained models, like that kind of model, they have these adversarial inputs. This is obviously you didn't train the OpenAI one, but do you know if there are adversarial models for that particular model? You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't know if I don't know if there's any publications where somebody's specifically done an adversarial attack against the network, but every network is susceptible to adversarial attacks. So it's guaranteed that if it doesn't exist, it could exist.
Yeah. So that would be like that's the way that I'm going to beat your copy minting, right?
Yeah. So there's two ways to do the copy minting. So that's one. You can do an adversarial attack, but you have to find an example where the transformation is too subtle for both the human and for clip, right? Because if the transformation is really obvious to a human observer, then it didn't really succeed. And then the other consideration here is this is designed to have very high recall and low precision as like a search tool. That's kind of the goal. You want it to pull up very relevant results. So it's like, the risk surface is a little bit lower, but that's a very good point. And then there's also I have a conventional image search that doesn't use deep learning as a backup, and that just uses a discrete cosine transform, which you can't. It's like if both of those fail, then you've done an amazing job, right? Like, Anybody want to suggest search terms, or are we sufficiently impressed?
Thank you, guys.
Like, I imagine that one of the things you're going to do is you're going to make it so that, like, I was just going to an auction and I lost, and you like automatically search for things that look similar to the one that I just lost.
Yeah.
Like, hey, maybe you want to try to get that one.
There are lots of use cases. I mean, the next step would be to take this and the next step here would be to take this information and then combine that with all the sales information that you can find directly on chain, and then to be able to start predicting value based off of the characteristics we've been thinking about that.
Yeah, the other there's tons and tons of use cases. One very powerful use case that I imagine would be like there's a lot of issues where people will put up a similar image and they'll claim that an image is one thing when it's not. Like a PFP, somebody could upload a PFP and you're not sure what the asset ID is for that. You could reverse image search that and automatically find the original correct asset ID. And so that's just like a practical tool. Like I see all the time, I'll see an image I recognize, but I don't know what the asset ID is off the top of my head. There's no way. Yeah. You can also, if somebody is purporting to sell you something, and even if they did change the pixel values and it's got a unique IPFS hash, it'll find the earliest version that matches the image, and so it will never return to you an unoriginal image. It'll only return to you from the set of originals.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Right now, we're facing a man-made disaster of global scale, our greatest threat in thousands of years, climate change. If we don't take action, the collapse of our civilizations
$3.4 billion for charity and nonprofits, but I can do more, which is kind of why I want to scale payments beyond the small world of philanthropy and to amplify impact created. Nettle's mission is to scale the change. This is achieved by rewarding Nettle members for donating to charity, spending at sustainable brands, and for removing carbon from their lifestyles. Nettle will provide tools to help brands become more sustainable and enter Web3 while rewarding their customers for our impact economics. As Gandhi once said, be the change you want to see in the world is the transformation that Nettle has adopted, and through our core belief of impact, Nettle will fundamentally scale the change. My tech background has fortunately allowed me to work with various celebrities and globally recognized artists, including David Attenborough, The Weeknd, Michelle Obama, Selena Gomez, amongst numerous others, who also share our vision. I'll now hand you over to our COO, Afzal, to talk more about what we are building at Nettle. Thank you.
All right, so a couple introductions here. I think you all know Jay, but just to refresh, Jay is currently a professor at UW Lowell, UMass Lowell. Excuse me, I'm from Wisconsin, you know, it's a habit. Co-founder and CTO of Reach, the former professor at Bingham Young University, and a PhD at Brown University, achieved in 2008. A brilliant and a caring man. Joe is a family man before all things. He's a walking encyclopedia of knowledge. Just give it a try. A patient and thorough teacher, and safe to say the premier expert in Reach. Tom Cox has a CS degree from University of Colorado. He's an expert full stack developer. He has many years of expertise in development, software engineering. He is currently a tech account or the tech account manager at Red Guild, and was the former CTO of Evil Tickets. Sounds interesting. Tom is a philosopher and early crypto adopter, and Steph has billed him as one of the leading experts in Solidity, and I trust her judgment. Fun fact, Tom shared with me that he was at the first ETH Denver and was at all the preceding ETH Denvers up to the last one, which made Breckenridge though. Excellent. So thank you both for being here. I wanted to get started if Jay, you'd be willing to explain Reach and make a case for Reach, and then we'll have Tommy make a case for Solidity.
I think
you'll share that. Okay.
Yeah, so Reach is a development platform, and in the specific context of comparing it to Solidity, Reach is a programming language that takes a different perspective on what a blockchain program is. So I think that the sort of the status quo way of thinking about what a blockchain program is the smart contract. And the smart contract is conceived of as like a state machine, which means that it has some values that it manages, and you explicitly write out transitions over that state space, and you have to think about making sure that every one of those transitions is guarded appropriately, and the effects that it has are occur in the right place, that you can't, for instance, observe state changes before they're finalized. So anyway, so that's sort of the status quo way of thinking about what a smart contract might be and what a blockchain program is. And Reach's perspective is that instead a decentralized application, we focus on programming the correct flow of an application by focusing on who the participants in the application are and what they do in a valid execution. And then we take that valid execution and analyze it to determine what the state machine that admits that valid execution and no other executions. And so we derive automatically for the programmer the state machine. And so what this means is that when you approach Reach, you think about it in a totally different way. And if you have a lot of experience with blockchain programming, this can be very strange and different, because the things that you're taught to think about as being important never show up in Reach programs at all, and that can be very jarring. But the value is that the things that you do think about when you program in Reach are intended to be easier for people to understand and program, and more likely to do so correctly. And so our goal is to lower the floor of entry into blockchain design and simultaneously raise the ceiling of blockchain design so that people can do things that would otherwise not be possible when they're building a decentralized application. So that's sort of like the ethos, right, of what Reach is. And of course, there are a million little tiny differences between how it works and how Solidity works, but I think that they're not as relevant as that bigger picture that is a different abstraction.
Great. Absolutely. So to speak a little bit to the abstractions that are made and the programming lesson that you just gave us, we saw that, you know, the Solidity that was produced out of the Reach compilation was somewhat like unreadable, or like just so obfuscated that like, how do you even audit that? So that's like my first big concern. It's like, we're creating code that perhaps is untestable, or just like how do we know that that is the result that we want?
Sure. So when you write a program, one of your major concerns is, did you write the right one? And so you want to have a variety of tools and analyses to check yourself. I think that the standard way that people think about, did I write the right program, is they write explicit tests. So for example, when I wrote the RSVP application, we wrote one test scenario. And if we were going to have that program manage millions of dollars, that one test scenario would not be sufficient at all. We would want to have a wide variety of test scenarios exploring different error paths and different ways of interacting with the program. But the problem with tests is that almost all programs, they actually have an infinite number of ways that they can be used, or at least an extremely large number of ways that they can be used. For example, imagine all your program does is we're going to create a new startup. This is alpha. I'm revealing this right now. We're going to start add2numbers.com. So you go to add2numbers.com and you put in 2 numbers, and we add them for you and we tell you what the answer is. So we've got VC funding. Don't worry. We'll be around for the long term. And imagine that these numbers, each one was 256 bits. That's the standard size of numbers on Solidity. So this program, its input space is 2 to the 512. So 2 to the 512 is very, very large. The number of atoms in the universe is on the order of 2 to the I think it's like 5 million or something like that, which, you know, that's really big. But 2 to the 512 is extremely large. Like it is far larger. Like if we were to convert, if we could do 1,000 of those per second, or if we could do 1,000,000 of those checks per second, we would be literally waiting centuries to evaluate all of those things. So even a simple application like add2numbers.com, it has far more potential inputs than you could ever test. And so what this means is that the only way to really have certainty that your program is right is to do some sort of symbolic way of checking that it is correct. So with mathematics, we can use the basic rules of arithmetic to prove things like x plus y is equal to y plus x. So we can use like an axiomatic definition of addition to prove this property for all numbers, regardless of what the input is. So what Reach does is when you compile your program, we take your program and we map it to a system of equations that deal with basic numbers, and then we seed that the constraint solving environment with basic facts about arithmetic, such as x plus y equals y plus x. This is called an equational theory. And then what we can do is we can take every property in your program that you hope to be true. For example, you hope that at the end of the program, the amount of funds in the account is 0. We can take that property and we can say, here's the constraint set that encodes the entire behavior of your program. And then we're going to take that last property and negate it. When we negate it, this means that we're going to search for a situation, a solution to all of to this system of equations where that property is false. We then solve the constraints, which, when you were in middle school, you solved lots of really simple systems of equations, which you did quite well with, 3 or 4 variables and 3 or 4 equations. But computers can do this with thousands of variables and thousands of equations quite easily. If there's a solution, then that solution is an error in your program, meaning that it is a concrete execution of your program that has a mistake. That's what I showed in the example. So that is like the gold standard of checking that your program is right. You want to search for ways to add assertions to your program that if they are true, it means that your program is right. Now, the thing, though, is that the question was not about how do I know that my program is right. The question is, how do I know that my right program was not destroyed by your horrible compiler? So this is kind of a different, this is a slightly different question. So I think it's useful to think about what it would be the gold standard of evaluating that. So the best way to evaluate if a compiler is correct is for that compiler to be what's called correct by construction. So for something to be correct by construction, what you want to do is you want to prove a theorem. So you want to prove the theorem for all input reach programs. There exists a solidity program where the meaning and behavior of the reach program is identical to the meaning and behavior of the solidity program. If you do that proof in a constructive logic, like the calculus of inductive constructions, then you can take the proof and extract the computational component, and that is a program that you can actually run. There are a wide variety of tools that allow you to write these constructive proofs. Coq is one of them, Agda is another, and that would be the gold standard. Reach does not satisfy the gold standard. However, Reach is based on a prototype of a language that I built during my dissertation that was designed and implemented with this correct by construction approach. So in the long run, that's one of the things that we're going to do, but we are currently failures and we do not meet the gold standard. The silver standard is next. So what would be the silver standard? The silver standard is to make a verified compiler for the assertions. So what you do is you make it so for all reach assertions, there exists a solidity assertion that has the same behavior as the solidity one. Then what you do is you take an off-the-shelf solidity verifier, and you verify that for a particular program, after you compile the program, you also compile the assertions, and then you check to make sure that the solidity program meets those assertions. This is called translation validation, and it is a sort of a safety check that one particular program does not have an error. And if you make it part of your process where you generate the solidity program, you check it, and then if it fails the silver test, you delete the program and you don't let the programmer use it. That would be really great. That would be the silver standard. We also don't meet that standard. This is something that we plan on doing, but we're not quite there yet. So the final bronze, or maybe we should call it the poop standard, the brown standard, which is that you do that lame testing scenario, and you hope to acquire confidence in the output. And so we have hundreds and hundreds of tests of different programs compiling to solidity with various attempts to evaluate whether they're right or not. But honestly, today, if you are going to have a program that's going to manage billions of dollars, then you should get it independently audited, the code that you generate. But now the next question is, okay, well, that means that for that highly valuable program, Yeah, so HumbleSwap, we had an audit done for that, where we had the auditing firm. They basically didn't even look at the reach code at all. They only analyzed the generated code, and when they did that, they had no comments whatsoever. Normally, when you look at an audit, what'll happen is they'll say, okay, there's going to be some severe warnings, some important things, some critical ones, some medium ones, some small ones, and then they might have some like informational comments. And it's pretty typical for audits to have said, we identified these 4 problems, and there was this one that was really severe, and we told the company about them, and they had these remediations that they improved. And like when you read an audit report, you're reading like a recording of a dialogue between the auditing firm and the company. Our auditing firm had literally nothing to say. We did not have severe problems, critical problems, normal problems, easy problems, little problems. The only thing that they said is that, did you know that on Algorand there are these tokens that can be frozen, which is a feature of Algorand to make it so that if a terrorist were using Algorand, we could freeze their account if they had USDC. Then if someone ever froze the HumbleSwap contract, then you couldn't interact with it. Yeah, that's the point of freezing. So yes, we did know about that. Thank you for telling us. And it's a sort of a feature of the entire network. So just because the HumbleSwap contract was verified well, I think that should give many people confidence in Reach, but I'm an extremely risk-averse person. So I think that for highly valuable applications, it is worthwhile to continue auditing them in the short run, at least. And I think that eventually we will see a change in the mood where people will stop wanting to audit the generated code and will have more confidence in Reach. And we are in the process of implementing that translation validation system, the silver standard that I mentioned before. And at that point, there will be almost no reason whatsoever to invest in another audit. So that said, not every program is a $1 billion program. Many programs are $200 programs. So I think that there are some programs that it's not worthwhile to audit them for the teal. But I'm kind of ranting a little bit. But one of the things you said is that, oh, the code is so unreadable, right? Yeah. The thing is that high quality audits should not be based on reading the program. They should be based on formal static analysis tools that read the program in an automated way. And so in the context of Solidity, a good auditor should not be reading Solidity code at all. They should be analyzing EVM code.
And Chris and I were kind of discussing this beforehand. It's like the difference between a high-level language of like C++ compiling down to assembly language. You don't have to understand the assembly language that comes out of it. The analysis and the will take care of that.
Yeah. So like in the context of C and C++, I think that the aviation and automotive industry have the most well-developed standards for writing and analyzing C code. And so in that standard, there are certain rules that you follow. So for example, they turn off all optimizations in C compilers because every C compiler that you've ever used or heard of has literally hundreds of thousands of bad compilation errors in their problem databases. However, almost all of those, the thing at fault is a sophisticated and complicated optimization algorithm. And so the standard for automotive is to compile without optimizations. And when you compile without optimizations, almost all errors in the compiler are extremely shallow. See, because one of the things about compilers is that they have to do the same thing all of the time. So it's very, for something that is not doing sophisticated optimizations, it's extremely unlikely that if it works at all, there is a bad compilation error. And so, I mean, it's not a guarantee, but it's very likely that you're not going to have this problem. Remember how I said that there's this gold standard of verified compilers? There's basically sort of 2 major verified compilers that exist, period. There's something that's called CompCert, which is a compiler for C. And there's another one, I actually forget what it's called, but it's a compiler for standard ML. And those are the only production verified compilers that exist at all. Everything else is like a research tool. And I think that our goal at Reach is to produce a verified compiler on the order of in 5 years.
And sorry to interrupt you, Jake,
but
so one of like the suggestions I made earlier is like potentially you could make that more human readable, where like you're taking the variable names from your original reach code and introducing those, but that gets abstracted away just the same. Where
Yeah. So I think that this, in all honesty, using the Solidity code as an example, I honestly haven't invested a lot of effort in making that readable. In contrast, with our teal code that we generate for Algorand, it does exactly this thing that you're talking about, where every time we show a like a memory location in the source code of the generated teal assembly, we actually annotate it with what the variable was in the program and what its type is. And so we also do things like every time there's an assertion statement in the compiled code, we actually say what line of the reach program that was and what the stack trace was, like the syntactic stack trace at the time. So these are all tools to try to make it so that the job of an auditor is easier. And I think that if we, exactly, and if we had more customers that were deploying on Ethereum and wanted Solidity audits, we would do those exact same techniques.
Bruce?
My opinion, making the Solidity and making the teal code readable is only a near-term problem, because
if developers are required to actually look at the output, we've already lost. So like the idea would be that I understand why the need is, because there's no trust yet.
Yeah.
But as soon as there's trust, you should never even look at the output. And I would go as far as saying is that I would prefer to actually obfuscate it even more because you don't want them touching it. Exactly.
Yeah. I think that, as I said, in my opinion, the best audits for low-level languages are ones that use automated tools. And one of the main things that you need to do when you do a static analysis on something like assembly is if you look directly at assembly code, you know nothing about the memory layout of the program. And so oftentimes how it works is you first tell the analysis engine what the memory layout is. And if you give it the wrong memory layout, then it doesn't produce garbage answers. It will actually tell you, you gave me the wrong memory layout. But if you give a memory layout that is not precise enough, then it will fail to verify the theorems that you're interested in. And so the main reason that we do this, that we do these kinds of annotations right now, is to help the auditor produce that memory model. And in the long term, the silver standard is one where we are basically automatically producing that memory model. And that is the hard part of doing the output validation, making it so that the layout and things like that are reflected in an automated way. And so when I talk about the gold standard and the silver standard, yes, the gold standard is very difficult to achieve, but the silver standard is not in that category. It's not a 5-year thing. It's more of a like 8 to 10 months kind of thing, but I'm not making a promise to deliver it at that time.
So yeah, I mean, I guess my last argument, since it's a VS, is the fact that it is supposed to be as like human readable as possible. Like we're not supposed to have a bunch of technocrats like running a situation. Maybe Reach even like puts forward this concept even more so, where like it's even more human readable or even more digestible by the people understanding the contracts. At the end of the day, I just hope that we're not run by a bunch of technocrats, and we can go through the code together and like be able to be like, all right, this is what's happening, and I can trust my money one way or the other.
Yeah, I think that that's a good idea, but I'm very skeptical of it because I think when we look at like the rest of the industry, not like blockchain industry, but just like software in general, when you download applications for your phone or something like that, it would be nobody reads the source code of programs that you're downloading on your phone, even when you're downloading the Wells Fargo app. So the question is, where does the trust there come from, right? Because we know that we have to trust wellsfargo.com to do the right thing with our PIN or whatever, our password. And we also have to trust that the application is there. And so consumers do in fact trust the source code, and they do in fact trust the person, meaning the organization. And so,
but like one of the biggest concepts of crypto is don't trust, verify.
Exactly. Yep. And so I think that the idea of providing verification, I think, is not something like, I like to use my mother-in-law as an example. My mother-in-law, no matter how readable the solidity is, she's not going to read the solidity, right? And so if we're going to make a product that is used by billions of people, they cannot read the code. So we have to come up with something else. And so I think that the way to do that other thing, in my opinion, the only way that you can do that is with insurance and a web of trust. And so what I mean by that is that my mother-in-law, she can't verify the code, but she can trust me, and she can codify in her wallet, for instance, that she trusts me. And I can then evaluate companies that do verification. For example,
delegate her trust to you.
exactly. So, you know, like if we look at most consumer products, you can look at something like the Underwriter Laboratories thing on the back of electronics that is a private organization that checks to see if like there's not going to be like you know, fried wires and stuff like that. So we can build these kinds of organizations that audit contracts. They're not being paid by the organization to do it, because that's actually a conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest.
Yeah, the fact that companies are paying their auditors is a humongous problem right now. Like people accept it as this is the way that things go, but it is a problem with blockchain, not a feature. So anyways, there needs to be other parties that are doing these audits, and then they will certify them. And those people will have to purchase very expensive insurance policies for when they violate their,
like if you stake your audit, you know, like,
Exactly.
hey, I promise this is good, you know,
Exactly.
and if it messes up, like that's our loss.
Exactly. I think that sort of thing will develop as a way to increase confidence. And I think as well that there's going to be things like, you know, an automated way to automatically create another wallet address that's going to interact with something that's less trustworthy. So you want to seal off the privileges. This is basically how normal operating systems try to deal with code that's potentially compromisable. I think that Google and Android has really been the people who have excelled most in taking like sandboxing technology and putting it part of the normal infrastructure of consumer products. And like their next version, their next operating system, Fuchsia, it has that idea. They basically, so Android right now runs on Linux, but Fuchsia is like a future operating system that could be used for their consumer devices. And it totally rethinks the way that we can do software isolation for exactly this kind of thing. So I think that in the long run, we're going to see the development of blockchain software isolation, and it will be for this kind of thing. And so I think that people right now, they imagine that the way that people write blockchain programs now is the way that they will write them when there are 10 million developers. But our perspective at Reach is that no, the people who write it right now, they are writing the only way that you can write a program in Solidity is for that program to be simple. The programs that exist right now are inherently simple because it's so complex to build them. But when we get to that phase, when we have these automated insurance policies, these software isolation regimes, that is going to be so much more complicated to build that we will leave behind the day than you could ever even imagine writing your program in assembly. And that is the future that Reach is really architected for, the place where there are 10 million developers who have no idea how the assembly works.
And I guess that kind of leads me into Teal and like Algorand and just why Algorand, you know. Obviously it's a proof of stake system that is much more performant. But do you have any concerns with like the trade of the trilemma?
Yeah. I think that right now Algorand is an amazing partner and they have wonderful things about their network. I'm extremely impressed by technically the way that they achieve extremely fast finality, the way that their network has never gone down. And I really appreciate the professionalism of the organization because they've been able to do consistent network upgrades that have made new features repeatedly over the last few years with no sign of stopping there. And so I think that there are many admirable things about Algorand, and they are my favorite blockchain right now. But I do strongly believe in a multi-chain future, and not just because a multi-chain future is essential to Reach's business plan, but also a multi-chain future makes a lot of sense to me. When I look at normal products out there in the world, there are multiple flavors of rice. That, like, even something that is an extremely simple commodity like that, there are different reasons to use one kind of rice versus another. There are multiple CPU manufacturers for consumer devices. There are multiple phone organizations. And when we think about blockchain, the trilemma, like, there's no way to solve the trilemma perfectly. There is always going to be some constraints that you're going to focus on one part and then you're going to make the other one hurt more. And so that means that there's going to be a natural reason to have different chains that have different aspects. So there will be chains that are less that are less decentralized, and that'll make it so that they will be less secure in some ways, but they could get higher performance. And that will make sense for many applications. The world right now runs on centralized software. So if they were 10% more decentralized, that would actually be an improvement.
That's progress.
Exactly. And so there's going to be a wide variety of chains with all different ways of choosing how to optimize those constraints for a particular domain. And like, people think right now there are many chains, but in my opinion, we're actually going to see way more chains than there are right now. Because the problem is that right now, there are many dozen chains, but they're all trying to do the same thing. They're all trying to say, I am the Ferrari that is a minivan, and I'm also really, reliable. But what will happen is that there will be, 5 or 6 players in each different point in the space, and all of them are going to compete. And so we're actually going to, once people accept that there's going to be diversity in what blockchains provide, we're actually going to see more blockchains, not fewer of them, at least in the medium term, like the 5 to 20 year period. And I think in the very long term, we're going to have a lot more consolidation. If you think about CPUs, there were hundreds of CPU manufacturers in the 50s through 70s. And even in the late 90s, there were still about 10, maybe like 6 to 10 companies that were providing consumer chip manufacturing. And in the 2000s to the late 2010s, we did have a lot of consolidation on like RISC and ARM and x86, and even RISC almost has no impact on the desktop market. And now with the introduction of like the M1 chips, we're actually seeing the growth of another desktop chip again, which is, really surprising that this is happening. So I think that we in the blockchain world underestimate the amount of diversity that's going to be required in this market.
Well, thank you all both very much for being here. Tom, we'd like to thank you for coming to the Reach Summit. It's been wonderful. We'd love to have you back again next year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thank you, Jay.
All right. So up next, we have Shark Tank. I know a few of you guys signed up. If you signed up, you guys want to just walk over here, come hang out in this area. And if you have a presentation that you sent to me or need to send to me, let me know. We'll get that prepared for you. You and Jay. Whew. You guys are Shark Tank.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Okay. So friend here, Keegan, get over here.
Keegan, let's do this.
Who else? Who else?
Donna,
Wildfire?
Donna,
Did you-
Donna, Donna.
Projects that don't exist already. The projects already exist.
No, come. Just come.
Get over here.
Just get over here.
I'll take apart projects that already exist too.
Mine are.
We'll improve them and take them apart. You need one. He needs one too.
Well, they're going to be presenting. You guys are going to be watching. So you guys sit over here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to be on camera though. By camera.
You keep your mic, and this
All
will
right.
be for those.
Yeah, thank you. All right, who does not have a presentation? Okay, awesome. Keegan, come over here.
Oh, Keegan's first.
All right.
Jay, can you do like a English accent? I think that's
No.
okay.
Do I go?
I mean, is everybody ready? I don't think they are ready.
I don't do accents, but I think they're
Of course you do. Is that why you dropped your Boston accent?
Oh yeah. Well, I never developed the Boston accent. My sister has one, and my parents have one, but my dad especially.
Do you tell them that's insensitive?
No, no, no. I think it's insensitive to imitate.
Oh, okay.
Have
Gotcha.
Steph, do I go? Okay. Jay, Chris, it's great to be here. So, growing up, I was a musician, and I enjoy music. I'm still a part of the scene, if you will. A lot of my friends are musicians, and I think they've been underserved and underappreciated for a long time. They make art. Art pushes society forward. And I think music is a big part of that. However, in the current market, they're not rewarded. Their funds or what they make largely goes to the record labels. If they're on a platform like Spotify, how most of us ingest music, they take a large portion of that. The artist doesn't get very much. So my thought or idea is essentially decentralizing the streaming process. So how it would work is each song would be a smart contract that keeps track of plays, unique listeners, and at a certain period of time, whether it's a week, maybe it's a month, maybe they come in and they can get the money that they want. Maybe it's variable. Maybe it says set time, and they can come and get the money, the royalties when they want. So yeah, that's essentially it. Basically a decentralized streaming platform where each song is a smart contract that could even be expanded to be, you could even sell it. You could have functions on it that you could build in the streaming contract, the rights to it. That's my pitch.
Okay. So the value of this is that you want to appropriately pay out royalties based off the number of listens.
Correct. So
Okay.
it'd be heavily weighted towards the artist. The platform would take a very minuscule, a teeny tiny cut.
So, I mean, obviously, I like the idea. There's a couple things though. I know that the world, looks at the people that make money and throws poop at them because boo to making money. But there is a place for people to actually help the artists promote. It's more about fair share. So I don't want to throw out all of the promoters and the people that actually help produce and things like that, because there is value there. They just need the fair share. But that's completely another talk, I think. I like the idea of what you said, but I believe that it's kind of backwards as far as actually how to actually track it. Maybe Jay can tell me I'm wrong, which he probably will. But by doing it the way that you did, there's a lot of actually either trust or third party tracking of listening to the song and then incrementing that the song was actually then listened to. Like, who increments that?
So you're saying, how are the plays incremented? What constitutes as a play?
Sure.
Is that what you're saying? Okay.
I think that it's a good idea, but I think it should be reversed, where the right to listen to the song is the smart contract or a smart NFT. That by buying the NFT, you have the ability to listen to a song. So like the streaming service can read your wallet, and everything that you have access to listen to, you have or every NFT you have the right to listen to that song. That way you can actually kind of reverse it. And I believe that would be easier to track and be able to actually monetize.
Well, question, how would that be easier to track?
Because what it would be is that, I guess it wouldn't be able to track, but it'd be easier to monetize because the monetization would be on the front end. Me buying this NFT, the right to listen to this NFT, the money could go to the streamer that actually streams it and the artist. And now that I own this NFT, I can then take it, and I've already paid for it. I can listen to it as much as I want. And you can also build in like royalties or enforce royalties that when I'm done listening to the song, I can then sell it to somebody else and the artist will get paid again.
Thank you. That makes sense.
I just want to add two things. One is like, it's very easy to think that like Spotify is providing no value, and they're retaining all of these profits, but they definitely are providing a value. And first of all, I mean, like they're providing bandwidth, right? Because ultimately, you're not imagining, like the way that Chris described it, like the actual bits have to get to your computer somehow. And so you're going to pay for the last leg of that, but somebody's got to pay to store those somewhere. So that's a very simple thing that Spotify clearly does, but they also provide that value of helping you discover new artists. And so I think that when we saw Keatley's presentation about Dequency, they've thought a lot about how to take the value that an organization like Spotify is providing and trying to do that in a decentralized way. So my advice is to think hard about what are the things that we want to keep about Spotify, and how can we make it so that those things are provided for in this new system. You can either have them be provided by you, a centralized player, and make it so that you are extracting fees from all of the operation of the network, so you can pay for those centralized things, or you want to try to build a decentralized protocol where those valuable things emerge from the incentive-based behavior of everyone.
Tight.
So yeah, and like the thing to actually kind of think of is let's not decentralize everything. Let's not put everything on the blockchain, because the blockchain isn't meant for everything, and it's important to actually know where to draw that line. And the smaller the part that you can put on the blockchain, the better. So to think about it that as well. So I'll invest 2 Reach thank you tokens for this one, or
sounds great.
All right.
Thank
you too, or no?
I'm going with 2 hugs.
Oh,
yay! Thank you.
Thank you, Keegan.
Hello.
Hello.
So I'll start off with saying that the original idea I had was terrible. Got deconstructed really quickly. Definitely was not fleshed out. But the goal kind of remains the same, and it solves a very common problem these days, which is there are a lot of markets, a lot of tokens, a whole lot of pools, you know, and you got all these NFTs coming out, and you got to go through like whitelisting spots. Yeah, people that are trying to wash trade, they're gonna try to dump on you. You know, you got people that want to basically take your money and move it and make you believe in price action that decreases trust in the markets. So the goal is to implement predictive analysis or behavioral analysis, essentially assigning a credit score or like a social score, transaction score, history to each wallet. And based on this transactional history, you can see who has like a better rating, and this rating will decide like people that are allowed to trade on certain markets, people that can apply to join on pools, you know, that kind of thing. At first, the idea was to use machine learning on chain, but as some people pointed out, that is almost virtually impossible. And just because of the sheer amount of data that you would need, and storage problems, and also sequential data serialized, it just doesn't make sense. However, there is a way to make it work still decentralized. We look at price oracles, which is a way that they query data off chain first, and then they basically take it from multiple feeds, different nodes, and then create like a trusted pricing of what a token price should be, right? And if we think about it that way, you can honestly take data from a bunch of different nodes. For example, on Ethereum, you can go to an L2 layer like Arbitrum and host your algorithm on there, and then it can become like a market manager in that sense. Yeah, so that's my idea.
I think it's it's a very important problem, and my advice is to here are 2 aspects of the problem. One is you are looking for a way to punish people who have bad behavior, and your goal is to identify bad behavior, and the punishment is that they cannot join new things. And I think that you should think about other kinds of punishment that are possible. And like we were talking about dating yesterday, right? One of the ways that you can punish is you can pre-collateralize that if I behave badly, then I will lose something. And so that's sort of a ounce of prevention, right, is worth a pound of cure. And I think that right now you're focusing on, we've observed bad behavior, but I think that thinking about how to prevent the bad behavior in the first place. And so the most simple thing, right, is collateralization. Yeah. But something that is more complicated and harder to do is actually make it so that there is no bad behavior that is even possible, because the incentives of your system make it so that you can't behave badly. And I think that a lot of the time when people, what people call an attack on a program is really that program just being totally broken in the first place. It's not like a security vulnerability in the program where they've made a mistake coding it. It's actually that they designed an economic system that destroys resources and does not create them. And so I think that for the...
let me stop you right there.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think that's a human problem. And the designers, like whoever designed it, it's their problem, right? If you have a algorithm that designs these markets for you, there shouldn't be that much issue. It's hard to attack something that's been trained on a lot of data. It's really easy to attack a guy who just made something with his own hands and thought it was good maybe for 1 year, 2 years, but then somewhere down the line there's a vulnerability, it gets hacked. Like, you can't just say like, oh, it was a bad program. Obviously it was a bad program, but it's because it was a human. I think that's like the weak link. And if you take that out of this equation, it should be a lot easier. Like, you know what I mean?
So,
you have something to say?
No.
Okay. So one of the things that I would say is that you're putting a lot of thought into the how to designate someone good or bad. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity in the designation itself and letting the actual like markets decide what is good and bad. One of the things that I mean, this is digital ID, just a reputation system in general, and a reputation system. But one of the things I thought about a lot is that, so like what's stopping somebody from, all right, I was naughty, I'm just going to create a new account. So one of the things that I've thought about a lot is, one of the things that you can't create is time. How that time itself could be part of the actual reputation of an account. How long has the account been alive and active, and putting weight on that and using that as part of like a collateral. So that, because like, yes, people still could get slashed or bad reputation based off of how long something's been, but that is a resource that will dwindle over time, because the longer the as soon as a long old account gets scratched, it's gone. Now there's a less older accounts. So I think that's there's a lot of ways that you can mark someone as bad behavior, and that is fun, and that can actually be a centralized thing, and you could actually even incentivize people on who can actually say someone is good or bad as well. But the main important thing, and the good thing to actually decentralize, is the actual reputation or the identity. Two hugs for him too, or?
Oh yeah. Two. Well, I don't know him as well, so I'll give him one hug.
One hug. Gotcha. Come on down. What? 2-person one? Nice.
Thank you for talking. I want to use reach. So my idea is, my idea is Web3.
They have a presentation.
It's okay. My idea is Web3 Udemy. So my goal is solving the education gap, like emerging market, emerging country, and unlock a potential person's potential, like by using blockchains, applying to learn to our model. That's our goal. So do you have children? So you think your children is genius and creative?
Some of them are.
I believe every children is creative and genius and passionate about it. But so there are many children does not have opportunity to learn educations, particularly if they don't have money, not much having. This is, I think, big problem for all over the world. So that's why I'm trying to build this program. Our users' problem is that the student side, they they can learn our contents video class by using cryptos. So if you don't have bank, you can learn by cryptos. And if you are crypto rich, you can learn by cryptos without tax. The second one, if you want to learn but cannot afford to pay enough, they can get like in token in the futures for educational contents. And the teacher side is so Udemy's and other Udemy's take rate is so high, and the YouTube is no take rate, it's no GMV. That's people can earn money more income by using our platform. Yes. Our solution, yeah, that's our problem and the solutions. So the first use case is he's working as software engineers at Topper. The Topper is a layer 1 blockchains. So he need to explain so many educational contents for communities, for coworkers. So he's the first teacher for our platform. So he will make video and he gets the users can pay by crypto and gets token in the futures. Why we will use I will use blockchains because crypto payment, NFT for learning, token economy. So yeah, that's our product. Yeah, thank you very much.
That's really cool. I've learned a lot about people building massively online massively online classes, so the MOOCs, right? This is a very popular trend, especially in computer science in academia. And one of the major issues with them is that to build a course that scales well, you often have to compromise the way that you evaluate students. So maybe like, for example, one of the ideal things that you want in a course is to have people like write essays and solve real problems and build a portfolio. But it's very difficult to grade, hundreds and thousands of those. Typically, we don't even have those kinds of projects in a class with a few hundred people out of college. And so one of the problems with that is that there's basically no TAs, there's no graders. And sometimes what people do is they try to get other students to do the grading, but basically there's no way to evaluate if the student did a good job, and it's not like you're going to pay the student to do that. And I think that crypto is a natural way to solve this problem. So you can make more reliable evaluation metrics and incentivize people to go back to classes that they have taken previously and do the grading for those as a way to earn back the tuition that they were loaned out to take the class originally. And so I think that that is a potential model for you to apply to like the essence of your idea. Look at a problem in the existing education space and say, how are they failing? And one of the major ways that they're failing is that they don't have good evaluations. And you can provide that good evaluations by creating this incentive-based grading network.
Thank you.
So when I see things like this, my worry always goes to the economic system. Why does somebody want the token? What is the actual you can answer that.
So, I think we will not start as a token economy as a first. I will not start in the future. We'll make add additional token economy because students need to earn money by learning. So because they have jobs, so that's why free content, free contents, they will choose the working. So that's why they need to earn money. That token economy has such power for user to earn money. That's why. So I think, but making a product as first.
Okay. So no token to start.
Yeah.
Then it's you have to incentivize some way. So you can incentivize an algo or ETH or what have you,
Yeah.
right? And so the people making these decisions are a centralized source. So you don't have your own token, then there's a source of trust. Why blockchain at all? Why not have a system, a centralized new type of school that incentivizes in this way? Since you have to have trust anyway.
Yeah. I have two reasons. So first reasons, and in the future we have already made decisions to use token economy. That's why we need to make decentralized system. The second is we decide to use crypto payment for users for many users. That's why that's the second reason. And yeah, that's why. And I think third one is we'll make smart contract system for tracking students' grades and watching rates, finishing rates, something like that, to get reward.
So the idea would be like this goes back to like the identity system, being able to actually tie certificates or in some interoperable record that you've done something to an identity that you could take some places, and just you would accept crypto payments, right? So I think that the major blockchain, because I mean a centralized company can accept crypto payments and give out crypto payments. That's not a blockchain company. That's just a new payment rail.
Yeah.
But the certificate part of it, I think it makes a lot of sense, and making sure that you build a standard of saying this is actually a certificate. I don't know if you were here yesterday when Jay started talking about how to actually incentivize school by promising 1% of their entire career. That is another thing that he's not going to build because we're busy. But I do think that's actually a good idea, where you, rather than charging from school, you just promise your salary, and you can't actually view who's available or the certificates without actually paying through the actual smart contract. So that's another way just to think about things. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Do
guys.
have any question? So I'm very beginner to this industry. I don't know what I don't know. So that's why if you have some feedback for my platform, so please don't message and asking. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
So I am building AlgoD Monitor, network monitoring software for Algorand nodes. We need to monitor relay nodes, archive nodes, index nodes, and provide people with KPIs that they can leverage in real time to understand if the system is working as intended, or if they're facing issues, help to automate the troubleshooting process. We need to also build a participation key portal. Right now, when you're generating participation keys for participation nodes, it's very challenging. It's something that we could build pretty rapidly. So I'm working on that. Don't have a very big team, a little bit of a challenge. Additionally, there's really no, the whole goal is to have it be open source. We don't want everyone who's building infrastructure to start developing their own monitoring software when it's something that the community can do together. Also, just the provisioning, the setup of the node, it's a little bit challenging as well. So it's something that could be done through a web interface. So building a web interface for deployment and monitoring of Algorand nodes is also a quick win. Go ahead.
I think that it's great to have more accessibility for building more nodes because, as we know, these networks become more reliable the more participation there is in them. That's one of the key features of decentralization. Something I'm curious about is what's an example of a flaw in a setup or a node that that you would that you would find in the operation of a node. You know what I mean? Like, what's an example of a problem that you would identify, and what's the consequence of that problem, and how do you identify that the problem is present? And this is for so you can educate us about what kinds of problems you should be looking for.
Sure. I guess at a fundamental level, you can have systems issues. Generally speaking, your storage becomes unavailable. And if the Algorand, the mainnet database is no longer available, then the node is offline. That's a very simple problem that if the administrator received an alert, they would be able to triage it pretty rapidly. If they have to invest these manual cycles and problem exploration, identification process, then it takes a bit longer. So we all understand that when you have an index node or an archive node that's down, it impacts the application. And we want to ensure the highest quality of service there. So we can leverage other, is that a decent answer?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
We can leverage other open source software like Zabbix or FluentD, Prometheus, InfluxDB, as far as monitoring the events. And really what we want to do also is automate the fault identification process. So generally speaking, software fails in a limited number of ways. And maybe there's 15 or 125 different causes. But once those are all isolated, a user should be able to do their troubleshooting very quickly.
So I love what you're talking about, what you're doing. I'm a weirdo. The large majority of the world does not care. All of those things, they do not care as much as I do, and right, Jay as well. I mean, we both talk about how decentralization is important. The thing that I would worry about for your company is keeping the lights on, is finding enough people to care, to be able to make it worth a while to actually have a business. And there's such thing as being too early. I mean, Dave, we've been too early before, right? It's a killer. Great ideas can be killed for being out too early. And that's the one thing I would actually, I'd recommend you do before you put a lot of effort into it, to figure out the demand. Like, who actually wants it? I know you want it. I know I want it, but I'm not going to pay you enough money to live. You know what I mean? But that would be the thing that I would say that it probably, and as developers, as engineers, I used to be one. We go like, we'll just build it and then we'll see. But you could waste a lot of time by building something, even though you said you could do it quickly. I think that you should invest some time to try to sell it or figure out some type of way to make revenue before you build it, because that's much faster than building it.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I think there is a general market available. I have,
Great.
but monetizing it certainly is a big problem, and pricing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, is that it's really easy to find out. Like there's many stories of startups where you just put a website up and you spend $50 in advertising that says, put your email address in here if you're interested, and then just count how many people are interested. And then test that, and then spend another $50, have one layer behind it that, are you interested for $15? And see if people actually, how far the people get down. And you can do a lot of these testings without building anything at all. And it's faster, easier, and cheaper, unless you want to do it for a hobby, and then do it for a hobby and build it and whatever. And nobody uses it.
Second pitch?
We got one more? What's going on?
Do we have time for a second pitch?
Do we?
I think we have a couple more.
Well, Bobby, you can talk to us offline. Thanks, Bobby. Weiler, it's a bad idea.
Hello, thank you for having me. I never thought I'd be at a Reach Summit, but I'm happy to be here. My shared vision is for an NFT marketplace that uses a DAO for content moderation, categorization, and advertising on the site, and incentivizes people with the marketplace fees. So they are incentivized to have a quality marketplace, and then they do better from the job they do moderating the content.
I would love it. Like, so, I mean, Jay loves it too, because he loves paying people for doing work. And like, I was worried that you were going to say we would pay people tokens to click buttons, but what you said is that you'll have a DAO that people have ownership of, and you, based off the actual incentive of the marketplace doing well, and their ownership, they would make more money, so that they have the incentive to actually do the work itself. And obviously, the more money that you have, the more incentive you would have to do the work, or at the very least, pay for somebody to do the work, and give them a cut. I think this makes a lot of sense, and this is actually a great example of how a DAO can work. I mean, good luck with not going to jail, but I'm not the SEC, so.
I think that I think that the way that you should think of yourself as, rather than just a general NFT marketplace, because you're doing moderation and curation, that means that you have a high touch on all of the things that get listed, because you expect them to go through many different eyes. In contrast, one of the things that we heard earlier is about an NFT marketplace, that they're focusing on like a data science tool to look at massive numbers of NFTs to evaluate them. So I personally believe that it's very difficult to do a by hand evaluation of like 400,000 NFTs. In contrast, I think that it is quite reasonable to think about evaluating, you know, the 500 best ones that we're going to sell this year. And so I think you should think of yourself as not being an NFT marketplace, because like Amazon is a marketplace for general things. eBay is a marketplace for general things. You are making the NFT Christie's, right? Christie's made a big splash last year by picking people's particular art to sell that. It was Christie's, right? That sold it. Yeah. To sell that one particular item. And so what they provided is they provided a high degree of assurance that this was a high quality piece of art that was going to be sold. And that is very different than selling something on eBay. And so I think that you should think of yourself as providing that kind of like elite high touch service on the NFTs, where you're going to demonstrate that your DAO has put a lot of thought and effort into evaluating these projects as they go, so you can be a trusted source of these things, rather than sort of the open retail market that something like an OpenSea is trying to provide.
That sounds like something you would grow into as you develop a community behind your marketplace, as opposed to just announcing yourself as the Christie's.
I don't agree. I think that you announce yourself as this is the Chris way. The Chris way is, we are the $1 trillion company, the next one. This is what we are. Have fun being poor if you don't want to invest in us.
You're the curation.
Yeah, exactly. Be who you are. I mean, don't promise things that you're not yet, but be who you are. And like, but at the same time, so when I said I love this idea, I want to be clear. I love the business model. That's what I love. I don't know if your business will succeed or not, because I don't know, like, as far as actually if there's a demand for this type of NFT marketplace. But the business model itself is a perfect way to do DAOs correctly, where and I think it's a great experiment too, because it's how this could go wrong is that a whale buys in and buys in lots for like a large amount of your tokens, and then doesn't do anything, and hopes to actually ride on the backs of the other people. So one of the things that would be very important with this is to make sure that it is extremely decentralized, so that there's as many hands as possible. But then the problem is if it's too decentralized and it's too early, there's not enough incentive to do the work. So there's I love the way that you're thinking about this, but I think that there is work to be done to make sure that the incentives are correct, but the incentives should be based off of the revenue and not over a, incentivizing a fake token.
Do you think delegation and sponsoring and renting would have a place to improve the voting
I do.
process?
Yeah. You could build an entire delegation system where that if you do the work, I'll stake my tokens with you. And you can actually, if you do the work and I stake the tokens, you have a potential of making more money and things of that sort. I don't know exactly the correct economics, so you'd have to sit down and really think about it, but I think it's the right direction.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who's next?
All right. Hello.
Hi.
I'm interested in creating a platform for like-minded people to be able to communicate based on the tokens that they have in their wallet. So it would be, think of it like a Reddit or a Discord that is your entry into that group, be it the main portion of the group or maybe an exclusive portion of the group, is based on what you own in your wallet. It could be a collection of NFTs. It could be, having all the Bored Apes, or having a Bored Ape gets you into the Bored Ape group, or having, the Reach Thank You token gets you into, the Reach Thank You group, or what have you. And I see this as a way to add utility to, existing tokens that may not even have a true utility. And you kind of, and then on top of that, and give ways for these groups to communicate, say a DAO that is, owned by a number of different people. And then on top of that, allow those token holders, voting rights for, it could be proposals within the group for permissions, changing, governance of the system, or for things outside of the system. And that's kind of as far as I've gotten with it. But
I really liked what you said until you said, and add on top of that, and add on top of that. And the thing that is just observing the blockchain and using that to connect you to particular groups on a Reddit-like environment or a Facebook-like environment. I really love this idea because it is like a Web 2.0 idea that is that observes blockchain. Right now, I think that one of the big problems with people in blockchain is they feel that their company has to be 100% decentralized protocol, incentive-based thing, tokenize this, DAO that, or otherwise they can't be part of it. But I think that we don't see enough programs that take traditional Web 2 ideas and say, how can we make it so that they observe the blockchain and use that to improve what the experience is. So I actually think that there is a total demand for just the first part of what you're saying. I go to Reddit, I connect my wallet. I never interact with my wallet in any way on the site. Maybe, you have ways of telling me, oh, you might want to get into this token so you can get into this group, but it observes what I have and uses that as a source of information about me rather than, spying on me through my cookies and my Alexa, chat.
I agree completely. Not everything has to be decentralized, and the centralized world will still exist. I like the way I kind of saw it is the opportunity to actually make shadow groups where sure, the creator could create their own chat room or everything, but
there's an official Bored Ape club.
there, and then the unofficial one, and you still have to actually have the Bored Ape, but you could do things like I'm going to have the Bored Ape Doodle Club, where you have to actually have a Bored Ape and Doodle, and now it's a sub club that has both these, or a Bored Ape Doodle and 1,000 Ethereum in your wallet, or
the not Bored Ape club. You're not allowed to see it.
Yeah.
If you have to.
Exactly. That would be easy to do. But yeah, and the thing is, this would be a pretty easy Web 2 app to build because it's just a forum that allows you to create hidden rooms based off of what's in your wallet. So you could get a open source forum software and you could combine it to a wallet, and just make it so that this is readable if you have these check boxes. And it would be a much better centralized product than a decentralized product. So this is one of the things where if you came and said, I want to do this on the blockchain, I'd say it's a horrible idea. But by making this a centralized like Web 2 thing or Web 2.5 thing, I think it'd be fun at the least. And I don't think there'd be a lot of downside to building it because most of these tools are already out there.
Yeah, it'd be cool. Very cool.
Cool.
I'd join it.
Sweet. Thank you.
All right, this will be the last one. We'll put a cap on it. 8 minutes.
8
And-
minutes?
Yeah. And 25 seconds.
I'll make sure I go 8 minutes and 15.
Give me 10. Good. Bad.
Cool. So I just want to thank you guys. I've learned a lot, as probably from the questions that I've already asked. You can tell I'm not a coding developer. So I am creating a company that is accelerating urban construction to net negative emissions using 3D printing. Now you might be asking, what the heck does that have anything to do with decentralization? So as I've already talked with you, I was trying to find ways to bring more decentralization to things like the stock market, because there's whales, there's hedge funds, and then at the very bottom, there's retail investors, right? But the people who truly want to see the change that environmental, construction or autos or whatever it may be, the environmental activists are trying to push, don't really have a lot of power. Most of them are retail investors, you and me, that have, they make normal paychecks, right? Instead of having billions of dollars. So I am trying to find a way to basically use NFTs in some way to start allowing more people to get into the environmental activist community, but also funding a company. So in other words, allowing more people basically to make a decentralized stock market. And we were talking about BVI, you were talking about how you can start, of course, SEC, be careful with that. That's my biggest thing, is make sure I don't go to jail. But allowing people to, I put out coins, and maybe a coin could be like, hey, once we get to this point, you can get a free home. You just put in, each coin's $1 million, yada, yada. But it starts to begin that decentralization from a stock market where most of the people who even have capital to put into a small company aren't even available, or the people that actually control where the stock price goes. It's not you and me, it's the people that are like, hey, let's just choose to kind of start putting money into this. So I'm curious on your guys' thoughts on being able to actually use DAOs and NFTs to start replicating what the stock market can do, and allow the decentralization of everyday people to begin basically creating venture firms that aren't venture firms. And just because I'm not a coder, just curious on if that's even possible.
Yeah, there's things out there called investment DAOs that I think are exactly what you're talking about. The ability to create a decentralized autonomous organization purely around investment. They obviously have the same issues as, because securities are securities, and there's the rules in the United States. Let them, sure. But yeah, I mean, there's like the benefit of an investment DAO is that it cuts down the overhead. So it has the ability to benefit the actual investors themselves, but there's still the rules of the United States.
Of course.
And I don't want you to go to jail. But yeah, I would think that there's that pretty much everything that you actually talked about is the reason why everybody's here. Like, we want to make things more fair, more equal for everybody. So you're in the right place. I think it's just more of learning more about what tools are out there, how exactly that they can actually be applied for what you want to do. And yeah, I mean, keep on pushing that direction.
May I ask just a very small follow-up to that then?
Sure.
How, as an entrepreneur, can I help developers, blockchain developers, push that?
I think there's a couple different things. If you have your business idea, and you want to start that now, great. If that business idea can wait, find a company that is in the blockchain space that you can immerse yourself in the blockchain, like to fully understand like where it is, and kind of don't be a number one, be a number 3, 4, 5, 6, 40 of a company, and learn a lot. Then give that company a fair notice and say, okay, this is I'm here because I want to learn, because I do want to actually do my own thing. But I think that's the direct. If I were you, that's the direction I would go.
Cool. Thank you. Jay.
Okay. Well, Jay and Chris, you mind standing up and taking a bow? This is it, guys. So we've gone through the curriculum for the weekend. You made it. You made it. Let's another applause for these two for having us here. They're the reasons we're here. So. I think I speak for the whole Reach team when we say we feel very fortunate to have them as our leadership team and to be able to come and work with them every day and to work on this special project. So this is our way of kind of showcasing and sharing with you guys and making you guys part of our team. And so we're really excited to have you. I know Chris is itching to take this microphone away from me and say some closing words, but we are actually going to use that as a cliffhanger to get you to come to the restaurant. And so we are going to do that too. So we got two things. One, the bus is going to be leaving at 6:30 in the front. And so we'll do a quick, probably 35, 40 will be my guess. But as soon as we get a mass of people, we'll have one of the first buses go. Before we do that, we're going to take a picture out in front of the big Reach sign, everybody together. So we'll go from here to that. There's a wallet that's been lost that some people have maybe seen. If you've seen it or know of that, please find somebody on the Reach team and share that with them. And do I have another announcement? No. Yes, if you're on the Reach team, we're going to take a quick photo, then come back and meet in here. But
can we turn the photo into an NFT?
We will NFTize the photo. That way, Chris, we can find one on Zestbloom. And if you've been watching, thank you. We appreciate you too.